Tam, I understand that you are willing to hand this off to someone else.
I would like to nominate Dan Glowitz. I have been sorely lacking in my role as a legislative rep. I find that that is not my forte. I can't step into Brian's shoes, and this takes a lot of work. And I think Dan is going to be in a great position to take it over. And so I would like to nominate Dan for this position.
Do we have a second for that?
I'd second that.
Do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I accept.
Okay, super. Are there any other nominations for legislative rep? Nope. Okay, roll call. Tam?
Aye.
Deborah?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
And me, aye. That passes by a vote of 5-0. Congratulations to our new ledge rep. That's exciting. Okay, that's it. That was that item. Thank you all. That was pretty painless. Now we have our student representative board report.
Andrews, do you think they need a mic? Are they close enough?
And talk to it like you're talking to an Alexa, you know?
I think I can speak loud. Okay, we'll be doing our student school board rep. We're going to be starting with the high school this time and going down, just to keep you guys on your feet. So starting at our high school, the winter sports started up for the high school, which means these next couple of months are going to be full of basketball games with cheer and drill and our band cheering on our athletes as they play. Jazz band had one of their first in-person concerts in over 2 years. Our entrepreneurship, international entrepreneurship class is hosting a holiday bazaar on Saturday from 1 to 3 p.m. at our high school. So there will be a lot of local businesses there. Yes, this Saturday, 1 to 3. 1 to 3.
Great holiday shopping
Yes,
opportunity,
yes,
everyone.
you should definitely go. Our girls' live, as we had kind of all of our accomplishments from all of our sports, but that are shared, I'll recap them again. Our girls' live team got third at state. Our varsity boys golf team won Kinko title, and our drill team placed first in their category at their first competition of the year, which is awesome. And of course, the Mershon cross country boys team won overall Kinko title. Next week is the last week before break. So at the high school, we're having our winter spirit week, and our leadership class is hosting a virtual winter assembly.
Yes, so over at the middle school, there's been all sorts of concerts and performances going on. The middle school orchestra, band, and choir have been preparing for a winter concert performance. The 8th grade orchestra also has a concert coming up where they'll be coming to the high school to perform with the high school orchestra and get mentored in some sight reading and sheet music from the high school students. And the middle schoolers also recently finished their first trimester, which means that students are getting to switch classes and try some new electives, which many are excited about.
In the elementary schools, students have been getting hands-on with science experiments. 5th graders are learning to play everything from xylophones to guitars in their music classes, and some are starting to learn sheet music. West Mercer is doing their marketplace, which lets students create products and sell them with big money.
And then a group of students at the high school recently visited Island Park for the Daffodil Project, where they did a presentation on the Holocaust and planted daffodils with the younger students to signify the children who perished during the Holocaust. And then in the same spirit of historical awareness, before Thanksgiving break, many students participated in Thanksgiving cahoots and lessons, which taught the story of the holiday from the Native American perspective. And many students found this to be very eye-opening.
At our last student advisory meeting, all the students analyzed the district-wide I Wish survey, where they were able to look at what students wished that their parents, teachers, and friends knew. And it was really cool to kind of look at the responses and some of the trends in the responses. That's all I have. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Any questions, anyone? No? Fantastic. Okay, superintendent.
So we have a couple of items that we want to update the board on. First of all, we want to update you on levies. It's coming to that time when documents need to be submitted. And district has some responsibilities in providing documents. Attached to the agenda is a slide deck that Ty will quickly, going to run through the slide deck first, Ty?
Do you want to control?
Yeah. Do you have control?
I can.
And just while he's preparing the slide deck, just a couple of other things for the board to know is also attached are the explanatory statements. Remember, it's 2 levies, Prop 1 and Prop 2. And so we've attached those for the board's information, as well as Ian, our communications coordinator, and Ty have been working diligently on the one communication that the board, i.e. the district, can send out to the community. So it's all labeled big letters draft, because that has to be just the facts as well. So that is also attached to the agenda for you to take a look at.
All right, so the content of the slideshow is very similar to what we've seen over the last few presentations. It really goes into what is in the what we used to call the enrichment levy, but is now we're able to call it the educational programs and operations levy. So as we see this as a draft, I do need to update that enrichment. We found out recently that we can call it the EP&O enrichment programs and operations. So that
Educational program.
Educational programs and operations. So this slideshow is really kind of like an FAQ for the community about what are the levies, what do they represent, what do we do with them, and essentially how much do they represent. So it goes into the EP&O levy, it goes into the what do we cover with it, goes into the capital and technology levy plans, what do we do with the capital portion of the levy. We represent, break down the different projects kind of by building and building group for the elementaries, and then some miscellaneous things, but it shows roughly what we plan to do in terms of grounds and roofing and facilities, in terms of athletic fields and classrooms and energy and equipment upgrades, and then upgrades to common spaces and playgrounds. So it does break it out a little bit more. And then we will be linking that back to the district website. The website will have significantly more information available on it. And we'll have a detailed list of what we've accomplished in the last capital levy and what we're proposing for the upcoming capital levy. And then it goes into the technology plan and talks about what we plan to do with this, the technology section of the levy as if it gets approved. And it goes into some of the more major projects within the technology plan. And then essentially a year-by-year breakout of how we plan to spend the technology dollars within the capital projects levy. And then we took a look at the estimated tax rates to communicate out to the community, assuming that per $1 million assessed value, there's not a $1 million house on the island. We know the average is like 1.8 right now. But we broke it down into a $1 million chunk, so it's easier to essentially process. And so what it does is goes into the historical levy rates, pre-McCleary, then the last levy for the EP&O levy, the educational programs and operations, and what those rates look like. And then it goes into what the proposed levy rates will be for the replacement EP&O levy and the replacement capital projects levy. And for information's sake, just as what's a total combined tax rate for property taxes related to the district, we included the bond repayments as well. Bond repayments will end in 2029, and so there will be a steep drop down as we go through that. So you see 2 asterisks on the tax chart. One relates to the EP&O levy. The rates that are listed on the EP&O levy assume that we are collecting up to that $12 million ask. Based on enrollment, we're going to be substantially below that. So we ask for 12 million so that we have capacity to adjust either legislatively, if the legislation comes in and says you can collect more than 2,700 per student, we can adjust it up. Or if we go gangbusters and get a whole bunch of kids coming please. We'll have flexibility for that as well. So it provides us some variability, but we don't anticipate that we're going to be collecting the 12 million. But on the conservative side, we put it on there as 12 million per year. And then the last two asterisk items under that same column, the capital projects levy is a 6-year levy. The EP&O is a 4-year levy. So we, as we're looking at the 6-year outlook, we need to make sure that we're putting in some type of plug for those last 2 years. And so assuming that we pass a similar replacement levy in 2026, the rates should be fairly consistent. So that's the tax chart at the end of the slideshow. This is going to be our FAQ that we can provide and will be essentially the main talking points for the district when we have opportunities to answer questions. Let's jump back. The explanatory statements, just jumping into those really quick. The explanatory statements are written by K&L Gates, who is our outside attorney when it comes to legislative advocacy, as well as our writing our bond resolutions and our levy resolutions. Okay, so based on some questions that we received about the explanatory statements, we did go back to K&L Gates. They did make some changes. They approved some changes that we asked for, and these have been submitted to King County already and are waiting for us to be able to push on the resolutions tomorrow morning when we're ready to go for that. So these will go in the voter information guide describing what we're planning to do with the levies and why we're asking for them. So there's two explanatory stations. Proposition 1 is for the educational programs and operations levy. Proposition 2 is for the capital projects levy. And you'll notice that Proposition 2 calls it the replacement capital projects levy. Go back to board docs. So Superintendent Kloski said we have one opportunity to send out a fact sheet to all the voters on the island. We are prohibited from advocating voters to vote for our measures. We can advocate for them to vote in general. So this is our information piece. Ian and I worked on this quite a bit yesterday and over the last couple of days, trying to make sure that we have updated information. The voter pamphlet includes information on the educational programs and operations levy, what we have been covering with it, what we will continue to cover under the EP&O levy. It also goes into the capital projects and technology sides of the levy. And you'll see that we have some updated photos from the current school year, showcasing what some of these levy dollars will continue to support. The technology in the classroom, the facilities that we use. We do have some playground upgrades that we're looking at in the future, as well as some of our fine arts activities that we love so much on the island. So this is what's going to be going out. We anticipate it will be going out to the voters within the first 2 weeks of January before the ballots come out, and that will be our information to the community. Any questions on the slide deck, the explanatory statements, or the mailer?
Is there anything else in this election for people to vote on? No.
At this point, we don't know because
I haven't heard of it. Okay,
all the ballot,
not that we're aware of.
yeah,
Okay.
all the ballot measures
Yeah.
are due tomorrow.
Right.
So until all the ballot measures
We won't
from all the
know.
different organizations and municipalities go in, we don't know what's on it.
And I would like to point out that there is an item on the consent agenda to adjust the title for the cap tech levy. And so it's an adjusted resolution. It's on consent agenda for approval, but there is a hard copy that I have the famous red folder that all of you need to sign because it has to be submitted tomorrow. So don't run out without signing.
So I just wanted to thank you for your work, Ty. So looking at the combined rates, like from 2017 to 2021 or 2022, these aren't inflation adjusted, correct? So like in absolute dollars, when I
So-
look at 2022, it looks a lot less than 2017.
So when we look at 27 and 2018, we have to remember that those two values were under different levy formula.
Understood.
And also, when we look at the chart, I did put in a 1% growth in assessed value every year moving forward. And we've been bouncing around like 0.3 to 5% in terms of valuation growth. So because our levy dollars are fixed to a specific amount for collections, as the assessed value on a house grows, the proportional amount that each house pays decreases just a little bit. So this is still fairly conservative in terms of projecting the combined rates per house.
So what you actually noticed, Director Glowitz, is that change that occurred, the McCleary fix, and the impact that that had on not only Mercer Island School District, but other districts in the same realm of the formula is now based on a per student enrollment.
I understood the rationale, but just wanted to point out that it's actually less per assessed value than it was 5 or 6 years ago for the community to recognize.
Yeah. And I mean, as we go through into the later years, it does go up slightly. That's because of the bond repayment schedule, the combined rate. So the repayment does accelerate in the last few years. So.
Thank you. I think that a lot of these, the FAQs and the explanations are great. I think we're hearing a lot in the community now, and I know that you guys tried to address it in here. I don't think I'm the right person to give feedback because I think my knowledge base is higher than all of ours is higher than the general public in terms of what is basic education and not. Because I think if you ask a Mercer Islander what they expect basic education to be, it's a very different definition in the state. And I think that that's our big barrier here. And so, I mean, like the general, just for example, the big concern about losing 5th grade band, we're not losing 5th grade band, even if the levy doesn't pass, but, there's adjustments based on other things. And so my concern is people see this list and say that's going to go away if the levy doesn't pass. And I'm just wondering, to me, I wonder if these explanations kind of aren't enough. And I just don't, maybe it's when CMIPS is going to go out and explain them. I just worry, as people have started talking about this, there's such a lack of understanding of basic education from the state and what we all expect education to be. And that we have to get that message across. And so I don't know what I'm saying. I think you guys did a good job. I hope that there's time to run it by kind of more lay people that are really just kind of, parents that aren't really paying attention and wondering if that's the same interpretation that they get from reading this. Because that's what I'm telling people is our no votes tend to be our retired community or mostly come from our retired community whose kids have already gone through the schools and
no votes on the levy.
no votes on the levy. Yeah, no votes on the levy tend to come, I'm generalizing. I'm not saying them all. My mom would never vote no in a million years. Sorry, train of thought. My point is, if we get every parent and future parent to vote, we're fine. So it's just making sure people see that this is, basically, if your definition of basic education is this, then you have to vote yes, because our kids aren't going to get it otherwise. So I guess that's just my feedback. And I just want to make sure that we're nailing down that message. Because I think that's the most important message we can give. Anyway, I'm frustrated with this whole process with the McCleary stuff. Like if it's part of basic education, then let's just fund it, right? But whatever.
I think when our legislators were here a few meetings ago, Senator Wellman said it well when she said Washington State's education funding is based on local levy system. Because there isn't a district in the state that doesn't need their EP&O levy to provide what generally most people would say is basic education. So, how do you get that messaging to folks that it is everything from nurses to SIs to beloved programs, and many of the things that we have said, yes, we use portions of the levy for that. Those things are still going to have to occur. They're going to come, if the levy can pass, they would come out of other dollars, and then there would be devastating cuts in other things because we have to do those mandated things.
Yeah, I just, one of the things that was surprising to me as a new board member is looking at niche online and looking at other districts across the country and that are top, that Mercer Island competes with and aspires to compete with, and looking at the funding per capita, and it's much greater than Mercer Island, even in what we would think would be with conservative states, such as Texas. Like the top state in Texas, their funding, I believe, is multiple thousands of dollars more per student than Mercer Island. So for anyone who's watching this board meeting, know that when you look at everything Mercer Island does relative to the funding, it's very low. And I think that's a testament to the administration and the school district that we're able to accomplish so much on what, relatively speaking, is so little.
Does anyone have any more questions?
Tam's hand is up.
Oh, sorry, Tam. Hi.
So this question is more for the board. This is my first levy, being part of it. And so beyond the education, I wonder if it would be helpful for the boards to have, for me, a study session on like our role in supporting this and in what way can we advocate for it as a personal, as a Mercer Island resident versus a board. So I just want to be very clear, what kind of capacity I can support this and communicate to the community. So if there's opportunity for us to do a study session or have a way to get more information on that, that would really be helpful.
I'm really going to defer to David on a lot of this since he's been through this process before.
More than once.
Yeah, multiple times.
Yeah, I think a study session would be a good idea
Yeah.
to do something like that. Maybe,
Perhaps tag on to one of the ones. or
one of the
add it
ones you
to-
already have going.
Add it to one of the ones you already have.
Yeah.
Because I remember going to a presentation that you did at one of the PTAs, and it was, probably during my campaign that I was there. So it was before the last levy, 4 years ago. And I don't know if you were there as a representative of the board or CMIPS.
It's a good question. I
Yeah.
don't remember.
So I don't, I don't remember either. So
Yeah.
knowing those things would be.
Yeah,
Tam, that's a great suggestion. Thank you.
Anything else on the levy update?
I was just gonna add, to your point, Director Lurie, around, what can we do in this pamphlet? And I think where your points are well taken, the challenge of this one being walking the fine line between facts
Right.
and advocacy of the position. And that's where the pamphlet, it's just laying out the facts, but it doesn't really get to that next level. And I think that is where CMIPS comes in. And those of us, who are on staff, that's why, we take vacation time when we go to campaign and when we're doing that, if it's in our day or we do it outside of our day. And the other thing I would say is, if a levy doesn't pass, no one has the crystal ball to know what does get cut and what doesn't. We've always said that the 7-period day is a big deal to our community. And that was a very, when the state went to 24 credits, we were in such a better position as a school district to adapt to that because we weren't in a 6-period day. But then I get the question, or Superintendent Kolaski or others, well, does that mean the 7-period day goes away? I don't know. We don't know. Those are all the decisions, but those are all the things that levy pays for. So we do have to contemplate all of that. And so, sometimes, I think people want to get ahead of ourselves. I think the mission critical right now is to give the facts about why this is important why we do so much with so much less than other places around the country. And if we want to continue to offer this and think about it, this is our best estimate on what we can do with that.
You know, taking together what Dr. Rundle just said with what you said, Deborah, I feel like maybe an FAQ type of thing, whether that's put together by CMIPS or like on the website or something, may be good, so that you can kind of go into more detail about like what would happen if the levy wasn't passed, like what, how much, but look, I know earlier, I think in October, we got to see a great long list of, all the things the levy pays for in the district, like pulling out a few key ones from that as just examples of what the levy funds might be really helpful for families who are like, or for voters who are just sort of like a little confused.
I'm a list person, so, what would help me is bullet points of what actually is what does the state pay for? Like,
Yeah.
class size per grade and any, like one nurse per how many thousands of
The district,
students.
the whole
And
district.
We wouldn't even get.
We
one.
wouldn't
I
get
know,
one
right.
nurse, yeah.
So that's very concrete, like to be able to do some of those things, and then to say, EP&O, like we've been able to do this, and and that's still very fact-based without adding my 2 cents of that's what basic education, and I think most of us would look at that and say, well, of course we want that.
Yeah.
But I think facts of like what actually is basic education, because it's shocking, versus the additions we can do.
Super.
So if we done with levies, if there's any other questions?
I just like to echo thanks for your work on this, Ty and Donna. This is a huge, heavy lift and most appreciated. I also appreciate the aspirational impact of the levy. The descriptions are very positive, very forward-looking. I appreciate that, when a pandemic happens, we don't know how the world is going to change. And when a levy happens, we don't know how the world is going to change. And independent of any of these failures or problems that come up, we don't want to punish students out of it. So that's always our topmost goal is to make sure the students, whatever the circumstance, whether we're on Zoom or in person, students are safe. Whether we have a levy or don't have a levy, students are safe and going to get educated. So I appreciate that aspirational goal for the levy, as opposed to thinking about what if we don't have it yet.
Yeah, stay on the positive side and keeping students as a priority, which is such a core value for us. And frankly, throwing our new communications coordinator in the deep end, write a document about a levy. So I want to thank him as well for jumping right in to help support this. So
Yeah, nice job.
Lots going on. We do want to also give the board just a quick update on some other hot topics. Brad, are you driving? So we did our second vaccine clinic for our 5 to 11-year-olds this past Saturday. And you can see by the numbers, we did almost around 900 second doses for 5 to 11-year-olds. We do not have any future clinics, but we have heard some, will there be any? And so we will work with our partners at Costco to see if we're able to pull together a clinic, because we have a high enough demand. We, as a reminder, we also did right before Thanksgiving the booster clinic for staff. So we've heard a little bit, will there be another one? We have to have enough to be able to say it's worth their time to come out to do that.
Well,
So
it was Pfizer was approved for 16 and up for booster, so that might bring that
And there's
demand up.
no appointments in Seattle right now.
yeah, and we'll have to see if Costco has the supply of vaccine. That's the issue, of do they have supply of vaccine to be able to partner with us. So special thanks to Costco. They were amazing. They were spot on. Our PTAs, again, filled up all the volunteer spots within a couple of hours. So that was a great help. Carla Rimmer, of course, continues to be our nurse extraordinaire in everything COVID. And therapy dogs, even Costco, when they reached back to us to say we had a great day, the first one said, do you think the therapy dogs can come again? Because it really made a difference, particularly with the littles. They thought it was gonna be take a lot longer, and it actually didn't. We have heard a lot about advanced placement and, oh, you're eliminating advanced placement. We are not. And frankly, the levy discussion we just had has nothing to do with eliminating AP classes. Principal Kelly wonders where we might have gaps in our offerings, and I think he shared that with the board when he came to present the SIP. He talked a little bit about some history AP classes that we're not currently offering. We do not set quotas that limit participation. Prior to Principal Kelly coming in, Principal Puckett had done a huge lift on removing those barriers for students to have access to AP. We do monitor participation to examine how we can encourage greater participation, particularly for underrepresented students. And we do provide, as a goal, we provide access to all students, encourage all students to pursue rigorous learning and build supports to help students be successful. We wanted to report on this because the high school is, I know it's still 2021 and it's a few weeks before 2022, but the high school is right now working on the course catalog for 22-23. And although we have the ability to offer classes within the master schedule, I do need to remind everyone, it is also based on what the students choose to sign up for. If we don't have enough students sign up for a class, it doesn't make it fiscally viable or responsible for us to say we can have that class within our master schedule. So those are things that we want to remind folks as well. Fred, do you want to go through the preview of the monitoring report?
You bet. So typically, in a typical year, we bring Fundamental 2 before the board in September or early October. And that's because we have all of the student data from the previous year. But because of the delay in SBA and other data points, it was agreed by the board when you were doing agenda planning to postpone Fundamental 2 until the end of January, which would give us a chance to bring you the first round of SBA scores from the fall administration. One of the reports that you receive in that, and there's actually an addendum, is an advanced placement or AP document. And so that will come to you at the end of January for you to be able to review in the community. But I did want to just put this particular slide out there just to kind of give you as a school board and the community a sense of what has, what does participation look like if we look at if we look through the lens of exams taken. Now, there are students who take the course and don't take the exam, so enrollment is higher than this. But just to give you kind of an idea of how things have grown over time and then shrunk, and then you can see the rebound that we're starting to see. Last year, we would have, well, let me kind of pause there and just kind of walk you through. Obviously, you can see that over time exams taken, and we actually have data that goes back further, but for the sake of this, just to show the incremental growth of the number of students taking the exams over time. Then what I want to point to though is last year, 911 exams were taken. We actually had more students who had registered to take the test, but then decided not to take the exam. So we would have, if all of the students would have taken the exams, actually we would have been around the 2019 figure. But we had a number of students who chose in the end not to take the exam, even though they had registered. But right now we're already over 1,100 tests ordered. In talking to the high school counseling office, we expect that to continue to grow here in the coming months. So it just gives you a sense of what the students have wanted over time and the growth there, just to further try to provide some assurance that this is something that we know our students are looking to take in terms of their coursework, and that we will continue to offer courses, and maybe we'll have to pull back on some, but it would only be because there's greater demand in another area. And the other thing I would say is one thing we've tried to do to be creative over time, and Superintendent Koloski was reminding me this of the other day, is sometimes you'll have a course where you don't have enough students to really run it. And so we run what we call a stacked course, where we mix our students who are on the AP, learning AP content with students who might be in a first year. So it could be a ceramics 1 and ceramics 2 type of thing. And so then those students then are in that class, but the teacher then differentiates for them, so they're exposed to the other learning. That way we can still run the class, even though it's not its own AP class.
Do you have any data on if the courses that the tests have been taken in have changed over time, or if it's fairly consistent? And then also like any data regarding whether like what percentage are taught in the high school and what percentage of AP courses are maybe accessed online or virtually?
Yes, and you'll see a lot of that come forward in the Fundamental 2 report at the end of January, is where you're gonna see some of that. One thing I can say is that in terms of the AP classes that are, taken online, most of our AP classes are actually all taken in the school in person.
Yeah.
We have very few online AP classes. Does that help with that?
Yeah,
Okay.
that and just if there's any shift in terms of courses.
Oh, and the courses themselves, the shifting that takes place is really driven by College Board. And so College Board, who runs the testing and then sets kind of the frameworks, if you will. So in the CTE world, we have what we call frameworks, and those frameworks get updated on a regular cycle. AP has their own, it's akin to a framework, but they don't call it that. They have adaptations over time too. And so our teachers have to continuously go back and kind of do continuing ed work to be able to teach those classes. And there's a certain textbook cycle that we have to be on with our AP classes.
So can we also see perhaps like the distribution of scores over time to see like
That's part of
That's
the
in that
report.
report in January.
Yeah.
I think it's a big point to make that all of the AP curriculum, professional development is through the College Board. And so we have to pay them, we have to pay for our teachers to get trained in a course. So even when we're bringing in, we're going to say, Principal Kelly mentioned European history. It doesn't just happen overnight. You still have to have a teacher who has gone through specific AP training. You have to have them have gone through all the curriculum piece of it, which is their set curriculum. And as Dr. Rundle said, has a specific textbook that you have to abide by. You cannot deviate from that. It is very structured. And it is very expensive because it is the College Board program. They also charge for all of the tests as well. So we offset the costs for our students, as many districts do, so that our students do have access. But it is quite a moneymaker for the College Board.
Can I throw out a bomb that's related to that? And this is a question because I'm hearing more and more about it. And I know that you guys know the answers because you always know the answer. I'm hearing more and more about college and high school as opposed to AP classes. And I don't know enough about it to even say pros and cons. I'm just wondering if Learning Services has looked at those, and I would be interested in hearing whether or not our AP offerings are the right mode for our student, or the best mode for our students, rather than something like college in the classroom. Because the more I hear is, College Board, it's a moneymaker, right? And the more I'm hearing, even if kids are getting 5s, lots of colleges and universities aren't giving them credit. So people go in with this false sense that, and I want rigorous learning, but if we're proposing AP classes in order to alleviate college requirements or help save costs, if we're not doing that, then is this really the right program when College Board is so restrictive and it takes away the individual learning that our teachers can provide? And I've just been hearing really good things about college in the classroom, and just for those, if you don't know, it's a college programs through local universities where they and teachers are trained in the same way, where they come in and they're getting actual college credit for instead of then having to take a test and then get a score, and the college or university they might might or might not take it. So these are actual college credits, and there's still issues with that. So there's no perfect system. I just think it's worth looking at. I at the WASDA conference, I was talking to a former Mercer Island Mercer Island alum who I went to school with, who's a board director somewhere else, and she was really touting the college and that's what it's called, right? College and the high school? What?
Running start.
Well, that's
Not running
that's
start, it's
true.
different.
There is running start.
There is running start, but this is actually taking college classes that are held in the classroom and it's actually getting college transcripts.
Yes.
for it.
Sorry, I just wanted to say, just to be aware that those kind of programs, if you actually want to get the college credit, you have to pay for them.
Yes.
So it's like versus the cost of an AP exam, which is
Right.
about $100, like, because my kid did. go
No,
to a
there's
Chinese
cost to
that way.
all of it.
It's like
I'm not trying to imply that there isn't a cost to it, but it just seems like it's more, it will help our students more. From what I'm hearing, will help our students more in terms of
Yeah.
actually earning credits towards college rather than maybe you might sort of, we're promising that you will, but you actually aren't. So,
It has a lot of restrictions and guidelines as well that we have to comply with to
Yeah.
have one of our teachers be able to offer that class and teach that class and make it available to our students. So
I just want to make sure that we're, I don't know if it's something to
Is
look at
that
or not.
something that the board as a whole is interested in hearing more about? Oh, sorry, Tam, your hand is-
I kind of tied to what Deborah was saying is, first, I appreciate that we are bringing this topic up, and because when I hear this, it really reaffirms, right, our district commitment to providing the most rigorous learning that we can to our students. And I really appreciate Principal Kelly wondering where we have gaps in our offering, because these are things that we should be doing regularly. And especially now, this is a perfect opportunity as we're all bringing up, there are so much more different modality of getting information and, meeting our goals of rigorous learning, but also for those who want to potentially use it for college credits. And so this is a perfect time to reassess. And I think that the principals are doing that through their SIP, but it's really time to reassess our gaps and really look at different strategies. So that's what I'm hearing, Deborah, is, this is seem like another option. And so as a whole, how do we think forward and, bring it as an array of offering to our students and let them know, depending on their pathway, what would be the best option. But I really just appreciate Mercer Island offsetting the costs of the testing to make it, to break down the barriers for our students. So I hope that we can continue to remove these barriers and still commit to really rigorous learning. So thank you for presenting this.
Very quick plug. I was at the high school this morning, the high school PAC, the principal's PAC. And they had the discussion about AP courses and are they going away or not? Walter was clear that they're not going away. The other aspect, though, that was interesting is the parents were asking about other things like honors courses, which have a different style of curriculum, as well as items like calculus courses that are not AP run. So it makes calculus more accessible to a broader range of students. Similar would be for statistics too. So it seemed like Mr. Kelly was taking a good look at the whole space around here. So that made a lot of sense, and involving clearly a very large PAC around it. So we're very pleased to see that, and I think aligned with our discussions as well.
And I'm not asking for extra work. I am sure our learning services already has the answers. I would just like to, I think it would help part of the discussion in terms of making sure that we're choosing, there's AP, there's International Baccalaureate, there's college in the classroom, there's Running Start. there's all these different programs, and why, we've had the AP for a long time. Is that serving our students best now?
So you're basically just asking to be like updated on this, like at the next logical point when they might be telling us about things going on. Is that
specific to college and high school.
specific to?
Well, that was just one that I've heard about, and I don't know,
Yeah.
you guys.
Well, there is a really broad, we have college and high school, we have a couple of classes, and we can certainly update on that. And we always have a commitment to continue to expand. But we do not do IB.
No, I know, I'm not suggesting we do.
So I guess I didn't even know we had these college and high school classes, so it would be great at some point to hear about those and to learn a little bit about what the parameters are, like, how feasible would it be to expand, or are there restrictions all
Actually,
over
yeah,
it,
it's
where
pretty
like
tough.
it's hard to find your way through, you know?
We can attempt to just bring what is the requirements, if the board so chooses, as part of a discussion, perhaps not a data piece, but just here's the requirements at fundamental 2. It won't be broad because again, we're only preparing that report. But we can describe to you what the criteria are for a college and a high school class, because it's not as simple as, oh, let's just make this a college credit.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're doing the right modality for our students
Yeah.
in what they're asking for.
Tam, did you?
You're making me think, Donna, about really, even though I teach at the university level, I don't really pay attention to AP classes and honors classes, those kind of things, and I'm learning them as my son is going through high school. So I wonder if in the high school, they already have this kind of information, but in different places, right? What is honors, what is honor, what is AP? And what I'm hearing us ask is, we just want to know the wide array of options that we are currently providing. And I'm sure we have that information, but maybe they're not in one place. And so maybe it's not as well communicated to the community, because I personally don't know. And all I did was like, I made my son pick one honors class. I go, pick one, I don't care. I just heard it's cool. And I didn't know that there's an AP, and so I'm learning as I'm going along. So I wonder if we have that information to provide to the community and maybe just put it in one place for us as well. Just to,
As a parent of kids who've taken a lot of APs, who goes Googling all the time for stuff related to Mercer Island and APs, there is pretty good information on the website about the AP program and what's
On the
involved in
high
it.
school.
On the high school website specifically. But it's a really good point that a lot of parents aren't familiar with the system. And especially, I know at the high school, they recently did an outreach effort to Mandarin speaking parents, right? Like parents that have come from other countries with completely different educational systems aren't as familiar. So it would be useful to kind of communicate that in some way to the community, right?
And maybe this is something I'm just thinking out loud, that it could be, we provide at some point information about what these options are for you. And then your language review for Fundamental 2, this might impact the way you want Fundamental 2 reports going forward. You don't have to do, I don't think, your fundamental language review right away. We're out of cycle anyway. And then you would know what you want to know and what you don't, what is irrelevant to you now. So we could do something like that. So I don't know if we can.
Yeah,
Go back
we
and
need to,
forth on that.
and we need to talk about where are the sources for the information, to Director Din's point. I always refer people to the course catalog, because again, that does have the explanation of what everything that is offered at high school is in there. But perhaps we can create, I don't know, we have to work with the high school and the counseling department on a cheat sheet for that as well. But we can certainly bring some information on what are the variety of options provided at the high school. And then, as Fred mentioned, you can determine the metrics for Fundamental 2. Perhaps they have changed.
This was a very similar conversation pack that I think.
It sounds like we have a
It was-
consensus
it
on
was,
this. Yeah, do we want to be an actual vote? I mean, it sounds like by consensus, that's what we're asking for. Yeah. I want to say, as a parent of kids who've taken a lot of AP classes at the high school, that I've been really pleased with the program, and also especially with the fact that one of my kids has never felt pressured to take the exams. He takes the classes because he wants to learn more about the subject. Sometimes he takes the exams, sometimes he doesn't. But I know that people think a lot about kind of pressure on our kids here, and I have never felt at all that there was like any pressure on him. You guys want to chime in about AP classes and?
Sure, I'm sure. I know that last year, a number of my friends took AP classes and didn't end up taking the test, especially because they were online, which was not ideal. I took a few online ones and it was not my favorite thing to do. So I do appreciate how you can take the class and get that high level of learning without having the pressure of taking this like extensive test. And so I agree. I don't think that there's that much pressure around taking a test versus not taking it. And so that's something I agree. I've definitely noticed that. In terms of the AP curriculum, I've taken a few AP courses. And what I like about them is how structured they are personally. I think that no matter the teacher you have, the curriculum and the learning you get tends to be pretty like standard. I think that's something that was really nice, especially during COVID. I took AP French during COVID. And that was a class that really didn't change much, but I found that I was still able to get like the same level of learning because it was so standardized. So that's one upside, I guess, having taken APs. But yeah.
I can't really add much as a junior, not if juniors are taking APs, they'll be taking it to the spring, so I'm not well versed in the AP tests and really the AP classes, just besides the juniors I've talked to who are taking them now, are just saying it's really kind of what they expected. It's a little bit more workload, but most of them I've talked to haven't felt overstressed by them, and they're taking them because they want to learn more about the subjects. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I think that is our entire superintendent report. We try to keep them short, but we always have lots of good conversation.
Thank you very much. Okay, next, we have got all these lovely staffers here to talk to us about partial governance process monitoring for policy 1800, OE 11, facilities and capital assets, the athletic field project update.
All right, you want to first bring a chair out here, does that make more sense, or
Oh,
can I just speak
Fred's
loud,
getting
or-
a table.
You want a table?
Table or
Oh,
just
table.
come up a little bit closer.
No, we can just, sit. I mean, I'm okay
You want to
with
move a couple
Okay.
chairs?
it. Sure.
You need a microphone?
Here. I've never been,
A little bit have a quiet voice.
yeah, exactly, I was just told loud and louder. Yeah, I don't think I'll need this, the new speaker will pick it up.
I'll just hold it.
So I'll just give a little preface before they start their presentation. As the board knows, the athletic fields are always something that is on our capital levy. And it's been on this current 6-year one, and all things being positive, they will be in the next one as well. And so our team has been doing some research and investigation on what are the possibilities for the fields that the district has available, certainly for our students, but also for the community. And what are, so they talked to some experts, and they're here to tell you about the options.
Yeah, so real quick, just some quick introductions first. Welcome, Director Collins. Welcome to the team. Should be fun. I hope you're interested in facilities. Brandy Fox is joining us today, our owner's rep. She's been with the district for a long time, almost as long as I have. Has been through most all of our construction projects going well back into the 90s. Dave Anderson with DA Hogan. DA Hogan's a local firm that specializes in field designs up and down the West Coast, and probably moving to the east from there as well. So we're lucky to have Dave. He's been with the district for a long time as well, and also an island resident. So we want to kind of take you through a little bit of the process of the synthetic field, how we got here today, kind of the process behind it, and then we want to kind of go into some options of what might make sense as we move forward, looking at the best end product for our programs, the community, and what have you. So we'll just kind of go through these, and we'll kind of take turns going through.
So as Superintendent Kolaski mentioned, for the last 6 years, we have been coming to the board in September of each year and talking about projects that were completed and projects that are projected. So this spreadsheet that we look at every year was created in 2015. And in 2015, we had earmarked not only replacing the stadium turf, but also turfing another field. And I think in 2015, we had that projected for 2020, 2021, and then ended up pushing that out this year, just with COVID and everything. It was not the right year to do that. And as you can see there, it has a question mark on it. We were still thinking about what's the right place to do this. And we talked about this in September, but I'll mention it again, Director Bob, since you're new to the board. Every year we look at this and say, what isn't on the list that needs to be done, what's on the list that we might be able to push out a little bit longer that doesn't need to be done. You know, an example of that might be a boiler at West Mercer. We earmarked it for a certain year, but it's still running and in good shape, and we don't feel like we need to replace it this year. So, you know, we juggle those. And a good example of things we've added in years past are like the security vestibules. In 2015, that was nothing we really considered, but we did end up putting those in at all the elementary schools and at the high school. Those weren't originally budgeted in that 2015 levy that we put together. So each year we do that. Initially, we had budgeted $1 million to turf the selected practice field. I think in September, we talked about doing that at the high school field would be about $3 million. Anything you want to add to that?
No, I think you nailed it. So as we went into this, you know, we put together a list of priorities of what is this, what are the district's priorities as far as turfing a field? And you know, back in 2015, obviously, I think our priorities were a little different than they are today. Times change. And, you know, some things haven't changed. Our fields get a ton of use. We get a ton of use. We've got a lot of kids participating in sports. And with the overlap, we just don't have the capacity to stagger all the different sports on the fields. And of course, the community use is also very important. And with our natural turf field, it's tough because they just get hammered and we have to close them down in order to keep them game ready and safe for the athletes. And so, as I said, in 2015, that was our focus. And as we get into 2021, and in 2015, I think right around in that point, we had a new turf infields at South Mercer. We worked with the city, we put new turf field infields in for our softball program. 7 years down the road, the turf field starts to wear. As the fields start to wear down, the turf starts to show its age, and we have now identified some additional needs for our girls softball program. So we kind of took that and we started to break that down as to how can we help with this, and how can, you know, if we're going to do something, we've always said no matter what we do, we're going to do it right. And we want to make sure that we're crossing all the T's and dotting all the I's. So on the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about the process on how we came to, or how we started walking through some of the field selection. So, and some of the hurdles that we had to get over. As again, 2015, Brandy will explain, you know, there were different requirements than there are today, which has proven to be a little bit of a challenge with some of our other options.
So looking at the high school side, there are really two options. There's the upper north field that is kind of in the center at the top. And then there's the JV field, which is the one adjacent to the stadium. And we looked at both of these fields back in 2019. We sat down with the city of Mercer Island to talk about permitting requirements. And there's a Department of Ecology stormwater code that says if you have a grass field that currently has under drainage, you do not need to provide stormwater detention, which is holding on to all of that stormwater, or water quality. So the upper north field is not drained. It would require that we provide full detention and water quality, which would add somewhere between $500,000 to $1 million to the project. The the JV field is under drained. That was a field that was put in during the 97 renovation of the high school. And although the plans you're going to see expand on that a little bit, it's a very small amount of detention and water quality, more like the $50,000 range. And given that we had budgeted $1 million for this project, you know, we really felt like in order to do the cost effective thing, it would make more sense to turf that JV field. After the September board meeting, the three of us got together and really looked island-wide at every green space on the island to see if there was another place that made more sense. We put together a list of criteria that were things like, what's the largest field we can get on? Does the site limit the size of field? Does it prevent future expansion of a school? For example, if you built something at the elementary school, that we then limit how we could rebuild the school in the future? Does it increase community use? Does it increase student use? Would it need to be fenced and with a card reader that would limit access in some way? What's the first cost? So we kind of went through and we came up with another interesting option that we want to share with you.
So we'll start with the JV field. The first crack that we took at it was before this is pre-softball chat. So when we were first planning this, we took a look at that field. And some of the benefits of doing this is we were able to, I'll let Dave get into all of the gory details, but we were able to do some improvements on a pathway, and basically it would be an all-purpose field for boys and girls lacrosse, soccer, and for football. As we look at this, the high school options, what we had originally done for budget was we were going to put the infrastructure in for lighting. So we put the bases in, put the conduit in, but we wouldn't put the actual light poles up, pull the wire, by the software and everything that runs the lights themselves. There are still some hurdles that we would have to cover or clear with that as well, as far as you just can't put light poles up wherever you want. So anyway, but I'll let Dave kind of talk about what that site improvement looks like and what's driving some of those costs.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. So the field itself does include an under drainage system. It's got a sand base for the grass. We did some testing on the sand. It actually sand looks pretty serviceable. The field area though is a little bit small if we're going to get football on it, and it is also a little bit small even for lacrosse. And there are some challenges because there is the grade slopes down to the field on the south side from the parking lot and from the fire lane on the school side, as well as there's quite a bit of grade change between the field and the tennis courts to the north. The wall on the north side by the tennis courts is kind of at the end of its service life. So we're looking at redoing the wall on the north side and filling behind it, and then getting better vehicular or service vehicle access around the north side of the field down to the tennis courts, as well as a wall on the south end, just to take advantage of that real estate as much as possible, and to get a decent run out distance behind the back of the football field. There would be another wall and an ADA ramp that comes from the parking lot, the accessible stalls in the parking lot down to the field elevation in the southeast corner that you can see. And then taking advantage a little bit of the grade change with the fire lane being up above the field elevation, doing maybe a small elevated bleacher that was accessible from the school, as well as stairs going down to the field from the gym for PE use. With all of those improvements, it allowed us to get a football field, not quite optimal on the soccer field width. That's about 60 yards on the soccer field width, but still serviceable. And then a little bit a unique layout in that we have the existing restroom building for the stadium in that northwest corner. So having a lacrosse wall, a hitting wall, and then a bump out there for that. But then that's why you see that the football field's narrower than the lacrosse fields and the soccer field. So the football field extends a little bit further to the north.
So shortly after, or I'd say sometime this summer, we were asked about what would it look like to possibly put a softball field? Is it even doable to put a softball field on the JV field? So we went back to the drawing board, and I think my biggest fear is that we might get an airplane landing on this. It looks like SeaTac. But so Dave went to the drawing board. He says, we probably could, but it's going to take some work. And so as you can see here, we were able to go ahead and get it lined, and I'll let Dave explain kind of what he had to do with that, and then we'll talk about some of the other pros and cons that it also exposed.
Yeah, so this basically we looked at trying to squeeze it in. The only real serviceable location would be in that southwest corner of the field, which gives you the optimal sun angle is looking from home plate to the pitcher's area to the northeast. So that's an appropriate layout. It does fit within the field as long as we do extra retaining wall, basically in that right field area on the school side, because we're really cutting into that bank now. So that retaining wall gets taller. Since it's in the outfield, we need to pad it. We also had to move the field a little bit further to the south or closer to the parking lot as well to get everything in appropriately. The challenge here is going to be whenever you do baseball or softball, you have foul balls. It doesn't matter how high we go up with the backstop, there's still going to be some balls that go over that fence or the netting. And you can see we're pretty close proximity to that parking lot, which I would not recommend parking in the north side of that parking lot. So
Visitor parking, that's the visitor parking. No, that's a-
the dugouts need to fit within that, and then we probably have a little bit of room for a small bleacher unit, not much room though. It's, as you can see, it's very, very congested. We would take advantage of the space, the green space on the west side of the field, so you could do a bullpen area that the teams would have to share, and then 2 batting cages would also fit in there. So you could potentially, it's expensive and it's going to be an issue for the parking lot, but it does, with a lot of challenges, you can make softball fit on the site.
So some of the other challenges, just in full disclosure, that we found with this, and I've had some conversations with Nick Wold at the high school, is during spring sports, obviously softball's playing in the spring, as is lacrosse, both boys and girls, and soccer. And track and field, the throwing events, when there's other events going on the JV field, they come up and use that field as well. So the field gets a ton of use. And if you look at, obviously, we wouldn't have to have any sort of a fence up for the girls softball on practices, although it would be ideal. I mean, that's keeping everything equal. We would be putting up and down this fence on a daily basis, or on any given game day. And it might go up and down the same, it's going to have to go up and down the same day in order to have a soccer practice or lacrosse or what have you. That is, it takes a ton of time. It takes a ton of manpower. Not something we have a lot of. Not doable, but it's definitely going to be a challenge. We don't have the staff that to be putting this up and down on a daily basis potentially. So adding another sport to the campus is also challenging, just because, like I said earlier, we are so stressed for fields already. We have in the spring, we're running the fields right up until 10 o'clock at night when we have to shut lights off. So it is a challenge. So as we looked at that, and we're trying to, as we continue trying to figure out what can we do. So as Brandy mentioned, we went through the metrics and we looked at all the different green spaces, and that's where we came to the South Mercer playfields and came up with a couple of interesting options we wanted to share with you. Option 1 is the east side of the South Mercer playfield. So currently the girls softball program their home field is field 1, which is southwest facing, which, as Dave mentioned, is not ideal. It also has a ton of runoff coming from the Lake Ridge hillside and the lakes, which is constantly creating an issue in the outfield for drainage, and we've had some issues. We've actually had to cancel some of our games and practices due to that area. So as we were looking at this, what could we do? How could we make it better? We came up with this option 1, where what if we turf that east side of the field? 1, it would give us that northeast facing baseball diamond, which is ideal. It would utilize the existing batting cage, utilize the existing dugouts, stands. It would create an all-purpose play field, not just for the softball season, but it would, obviously be open at all times for others to use. On field one, we went ahead and lined it for Little League football. So right now, that facility gets lined for lots of sports. Every season, the city paints it for whatever sports are in season. So what we did is we tried to mimic the best we could the use of the field. So we went ahead and put the softball field in. We also lined it for football, boys, girls lacrosse, and for soccer. Where the white football line comes through the infield, that's just for reference. That would actually be a dark line. You wouldn't have a white line right through your infield. One of the issues with this though is simultaneous play. We would not be able to have boys and girls lacrosse playing, which would in turn be taking that pressure off of the high school at the same time as we have softball. It would also then put that fencing conversation back into play where we're having to take the fence up and down. And I say we have to take the fence up and down. This facility, for those, I'm assuming you all know that is school district property. It's managed by maintained by an interlocal agreement with the city of Mercer Island. So that would have to be a whole nother discussion. Obviously, with their staffing right now, I can't imagine trying to put fences up and down either. So that would probably come back to our well.
Super quick question. What are the two round areas with the red dots on them?
At the bottom right.
Yeah.
Yes.
So those are the other two infields. So the one to the right is field one, which is the current home field for our softball team.
Got it.
And the other is field two, which is our JV team will play when we need it. But all three of those fields are existing. And the three infields are currently turfed.
Okay.
And
I
that's
see,
why
and the
they come up a
outfield's
little
not.
bit different.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
So as we were looking at this, we came up with a few challenges. We went ahead and how can we, again, how can we make this better? We went to option 2, and when we did this, we were able to now create a true all-purpose field that could be used by multiple sports on the facility. Yes, it increased the amount of artificial turf, but it also increased, again, we're going back to the community use. We've now opened up a much larger area for that. But it also created a softball facility that, one, we could leave the fence up during the softball season and have play at the same time. This field, Dave, I'll let you talk a little bit about the field.
Yeah, so this rotates, obviously, the football, soccer, lacrosse. It gives you a much kind of more broader soccer field configuration than the JV field. It also opens up quite a bit of space for mod soccer. It would bring softball to a similar standard as baseball. And so they would have a dedicated field with an outfield fence that would be kind of synthetic turf and reliable throughout all sorts of weather conditions, where they're not having to worry about whether the grass is too wet in the outfield to play or not. So give them a dedicated softball field with, we'd still probably propose a portable outfield fence, but it would be seasonal. It would go in for the season and be there for the season and for all of that season. But then in the fall, when it's not being used, given the fact that softball doesn't have a pitcher's mound, you could run activity all the way across. There'd be quite a bit of community use that would be available for that field for soccer and all sorts of other practice activities, which would take a lot of stress away from some of the other field areas. The other thing I'd like to note is that the condition of the condition of the drainage performance of the grass fields that are there is not as good as the JV field at the high school. So if you're gonna do a renovation, sometimes it's better to renovate the worst field rather than kind of the second best field, if that makes sense to you. So that was another consideration that kind of brought this up to the surface for your consideration.
It also will help. I mean, obviously, we're not fertilizing. We're not having to water. We're not having to mow. So it's part of that partnership we have with the city. So that may not be a direct impact to the district, but it is helping us as a community and as a partner. So the overall maintenance in that, for that area would definitely go down as well. It also has a potential for, the city manages a sinking fund, which is that we've talked about it in the past. This absolutely, I mean, this gives us all sorts of options as far as increasing that sinking fund at a much faster rate, because now we have so much more premium turf that we could then be renting to other groups. So that would help that fund as well. So I will kick this off to Brandy now to talk about dollars. The all scary dollar.
Can you, before you talk dollars, can you just, I'm sure you have a quick answer. Why not Island Crest Park, the non-turfed field?
Well, I think, first off, we're talking about district property and not district property, right?
Right.
So that opens a whole nother conversation.
Okay.
Currently, the city of Mercer Island is in discussions in their park levy, and they have that listed as one of their possible
Great.
projects.
Okay.
So we've had this money slated to do a field, and we're prepared to start to get going on that. So that's kind of where we landed on that.
Perfect, thank you.
The size of that is actually smaller.
Right.
Too, so it doesn't, you're not gonna fit this type of program on that field because it's not big enough.
And again, this actually takes pressure off of our high school campus, not only athletic, but also, you know, we have great parking. You know, during these times, we have the middle school parking lot, we have the South Mercer Playfield parking lot. So it reduces congestion as well. So that's how just some of the things that we had come up with.
Thank you.
And I think you answered this already, if you don't mind just repeating for me, why no actual lights in the JV field plans?
So when we originally priced that, that wasn't part of the discussion. We hadn't gotten to this point where the lights were part of it,
Got
to
it.
be honest with you.
Okay.
So that's why we had always talked about putting the infrastructure in.
Yeah.
But not the actual light poles and crossing that bridge to
Later.
going through the process to light that field.
Part of that too is again, with focusing someone on softball and having that more of the discussion. The softball field, having that lit so that it can function the same as the baseball field, I think is an important consideration.
Thank you.
And we've got community usage for these fields right now, and requisite fees and all that with the city.
I'm sorry, Dave.
So will the city sees that these fields could be used by their community and they would pay for them?
Yes,
And that funds would go to the sinking fund where the turf could be maintained.
correct,
And that math kind of pencils out.
correct.
Is there, and it might be a complex like calculation, but estimated use hours between the various options, it doesn't seem exactly apples to apples. Like the most expensive, like the least expensive option gives you the fewest use hours, and the more expensive one gives you many more use hours, right?
And I think you could look at that from the athletic standpoint. We could probably, calculate that just from our athletics. But I think the bigger picture is your community use. And there's really no way to calculate that. And I think you have to weigh that in a little bit. I hate to say there's any good that comes out of the pandemic, but we have seen a lot of use on our fields. Yeah, so anyway. And we can certainly provide you with some information if you'd like on that, on the, how many hours we use it. We have a scheduling.
And just also like, I mean, I guess like trying to like, drive the nail down is that the more robust option provides for a lot more use.
Mhm.
And to try to, make that clear that if, that was the pathway.
That was part of the
that-
priority.
Yeah, that was, part of the consideration.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so you ready to talk money? Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so remember that we started this process in 2019, that original high school drawing that you saw was from 2019. We priced it actually, I think in 2019 with lights and about had a heart attack, and pared that back to get to that $3 million, which is how we ended up with the base and the conduit. So DA Hogan or Dave's estimate in 2019 was 1.8. We escalate that to $2022. As you know, we've had a lot of escalation over the last couple of years. It's been tough. And then we add a 1.38 multiplier to account for soft costs or project costs. So that includes a 10% construction contingency. It includes 10.1% sales tax. Hope they don't up that again. It includes City of Mercer Island permitting fees, design fees, geotechnical fees, inspection fees, all those things that would go along with the project. And you come to the 2.953, which is the $3 million number we've been talking about. If we tried to add softball there, and there's a whole lot of reasons you've heard today, including that it is completely against the priority about increasing use. It really piles a lot of things in one place. But if we tried to do that, it would be about 450,000 in construction, and when we take that out, it's 714. So, 3.6 million for that field at the high school. And again, remember, that's no lights. Just the pole bases and the conduit, and then we would come back and do that lighting and the tennis court lighting in the next levy cycle.
And then what would be the estimate of what that would cost, like, to do the full lighting at some
I
point?
think we had like 1.2 million in the.
I think it's a little, for the lights, I think it's a little, with the infrastructure in the ground, it's a little less than that.
Yeah, I think we rolled it into the next levy with tennis court resurfacing as part of that, so. So then we took a look at the South Mercer playfields, and option one, and keep in mind that this includes lighting, and that is $550,000 of the total number we're gonna talk about. So 2.9 in construction costs. We're not escalating it because we've now estimated in 2022 dollars. At our multiplier, we come to 4,084,000. Of that 4,084,000, 550,000 of it is the lighting. If you wanted to just pull out all the lighting, you could adjust that down by that amount. We didn't do that because we think there's probably a nuance to that, which is, boy, we still want to light softball, which means we need all the controllers and we need the power. And it doesn't make sense to put in a field without putting the conduit underneath that. And should we do the big concrete bases, or could we use the existing poles that light the track and field and figure out some lighting there? But we haven't had enough time to dive into that, and we don't know if this is even something we want to look at. So that's our number there. And then if you take the option 2, which kind of turns the corner and creates that very large field, that's 5.7 with all of the markup on it. And that has about $700,000 of lighting costs in that. So significantly more, but significantly more benefit. And I think the next slide on Andrews. I think what we're looking for from the board is some direction about, if we want to get this field in 2022, we have to make some quick, we have to have some decisions made early in 22 to make that happen. We need to lock up the installer. We need to get permitting in. We need to get all the drawings put together. So, we'd love to hear your thoughts on each of those fields, and then, potentially, particularly with the South Mercer option, it feels like there could be some partnerships with the club sports. Lacrosse benefits greatly from that field, and whether we could look at pursuing some of that if that's the direction you want to go.
Lacrosse, Little League, MIFC, soccer, and
Yeah.
There's quite a few of them. And the city of Mercer Island has always been a great partner, and given your direction, we would explore or open a conversation with them as well. The city also has different grant opportunities than the school district. So there could be potential. I'm not saying that there's anything out there, but there could be potential there as well. So anyway, that's what we got for you tonight.
So we didn't do this as an action item tonight because this is kind of the first time that you all have seen this and heard all of these different options. But to staff's point, there are decisions that have to be made relatively early. So when we come back in January, we would need to have an action item so that they can then begin project.
Yeah, and I think, the other thing is we have not rolled this out to the city. We have not rolled it out to any clubs. We wanted you to see it first. And to see if that is something you're comfortable with us exploring.
Well, what,
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, what was your recommendation? Did you have a recommendation in mind and order to do this? To leverage the different levies, because clearly the most expensive one doesn't fit in a $3 million budget. What would be a professional recommendation?
You know how we like to do things right, Dr. Souza. It's worth doing, it's worth doing it right. I think it's at least worth exploring, what kind of partnerships we might be able to form with, such a dramatic transformation of South Mercer.
I think there's options out there too, as Brandy mentioned, I mean, using potential existing light poles, there's other infrastructure out there, I mean, my personal opinion would be to at least do some legwork on it. Again, as I said earlier, we want to do it right, we want to do the right thing for not just our kids, but our community and the most bang for our buck, so that would be my 2 cents.
What do you have plans to, I mean, depending on the feedback you get today, well, just full disclosure, I'm a softball mom. My kid's been complaining for a while now. They're kind of the stepchildren. It's not a Title IX violation, I don't think, but it's definitely, there's dog poop in the outfield and puddles, and it's just not a particularly pleasant place to play at times. Also, just, it's not a, what's the word? It's not a appropriate field size. So our kids are really disadvantaged. The fence right now is 225 and an official field should be 200 with an appropriate sized fence. So our girls virtually cannot hit home runs at our home field. And so, I mean, just in terms of it's not fair because that's the field that they play on. So again, I'm biased. I really, though, without giving my huge opinion on this, first of all, the amount of work I know you guys have done is phenomenal, and the voices, I know you guys have met with students and athletic department, maybe not on these specifics, but in doing that. So thank you for that. I think that's really important. And I think what's probably most important is getting the buy-in and really hearing from our students. I mean, I think all the things in terms of partnerships, I think that's great. I think there's a lot of money out there in these private clubs, and they would benefit tremendously from at least some of the bigger options. But I know that at least I hear that, it's not so fun to be playing away from the high school. Like they want that high school community. So I think just getting that feedback, whereas us adults might care more about parking and,
Sure.
things like that. So I just want to make sure that we have an opportunity for their voices to be heard as part of this process, because, this is kind of like, what direction do we go in? That's a quick decision, it seems like. But I think that there's still time to do a couple, town hall meetings or focus groups or however it's done, or even just get the students.
Sure.
Well, yeah, thought exchange, but to do it, because I think adults think very differently than kids in terms of what actually matters to them. And so I just want to make sure that they have an opportunity to provide this kind of input. I mean, I said I wasn't really going to give my opinion. I'm amazed with the South Mercer option 2, just in terms of the overall use. That field 4 that this takes over, that we call the field 4, the dirt one on this side, the opposite, is basically unusable. And so this basically, I mean, the way that you've transformed this into usable space, rental space, community access, I think it looks amazing. So
If you notice of field 4, we did put tick marks in, so the middle school would still be able to use that because they go out and use it for kickball or for different sports during PE. So we did add tick marks in the turf, so you would still be able to use that
they could
for.
go to the softball
For
field.
that, they could, it's just a little bit farther, which, there's times only so long. One thing in full disclosure, I can't help with the dogs,
Yeah.
so.
Well,
I
but
mean,
if it's fenced, it keeps them off the turf, at least
well, until the dog owner opens the gate and lets them in, so, and then as far as away from the school, I do hear that, but I also want to remember or remind everyone that girls softball is not the only sport that has to travel, right? I mean, we have swim dive, we have boys baseball, we have cross country, we have golf, we have a lot of our sports that are traveling off the campus for sport, so, anyway, just want to.
Yeah, just to repeat something like, if you could try it, it's sort of a rough, perspective, just like the difference in use hours. And in addition with lighting, you live at a northern latitude, it makes a huge difference. The number of hours you can use a facility when it's lit. And then also, I think like during the pandemic, a lot of people, community members who are not involved with the school district, exercise outside, use the facilities. My wife has become a runner during the pandemic. Like having access to a track is a huge asset for the community. And, I would encourage you guys to reach out to the community for the non-student, the non-athletic use of the fields and just, get a sense of, how important it is to the community to have the access capacity so people can run on a nice new track rather than out on the streets, which can be sort of dark and dreary at this time of year when you're running on East Mercer Way.
And I would add that the JV field would continue to be locked during the school day because of its adjacency to the building. So it would have the same limitations that we have in our stadium because it's used for the school and its proximity to the campus. So that would not change on that particular site.
The access, right, the access for the stadium is after school hours because it's.
Do you mean the high school track or the middle school track?
Well, I think all access to all facilities.
So Tam, your hands up. Oh, sorry, did you actually have anything to say or was that? just-
Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. Sorry. So I do agree that for me, one of the biggest thing is looking at the cost benefit. I think what Dan was saying, how when we look at community and student usage, right? And how that for me is one of the biggest priorities. And if we're using this for the community and the students, then taking the financing in consideration. And so it is important to get both community feedback from the student population, but also those who are not students as well. But what really is driving this for me is really from an equity perspective. We have not done enough for our female students. And so I think the only option is really option 2, how we are dedicating, making sure that they have the space that they need. And so I think we should start to invest in our female students to elevate them to be the same standards as our male athletes. But I would have one thing though, because I am a baseball mom as well. And so I know that the softball field is being used. I wonder if as part of our community engagement, we also ask how that impact may be current baseball usage, and if how part of being equitable is we do have to kind of shift and flow and give up things, right, to make it sure that those who haven't had anything to have the same usage. But some of the feedback may be that it is taking some of the baseball, because I think that field is also a baseball field currently. And so I would just really work with those parents to get buy-in as well. But I am ready to support the option 2. I mean, in the fact of how do we start to be very intentional to make this investment for our female students, student athletes. And this is really the only option where it is placing them at the center versus the other one just kind of like add in, make it work. But it looks really beautiful. And I appreciate that you all have been so thoughtful and thorough in your assessment. And I can see a lot of usage. And as a soccer mom too, we practice until like 8 o'clock. So at night, the fields will be used, I would say, all day. So thank you for happening this up.
The use of that field for baseball would not be impacted, or for Little League. right now we have 3 fields down there. It's not impacted. So that it shouldn't, in the long run, it won't impact that use.
I think
So
it would
the
actually
lack-
be less, because right now softball uses, well, technically is assigned 2 fields
Right.
for practice, and if there's a turfed one, they, I don't know that they would want to do that, but
I think those things would be important to communicate to parents as we are trying to figure out how this works for all of us. So thank you for that clarification.
Thank you guys so much for the update and the plans and the very thoughtful way, as Tam said, that you've gone about this. I guess when I hear about the money, I go, well, it's obvious to me that option 2 is, the most attractive in terms of like Dan was saying, like, usage hours and people in the community being able to use it as well as students. But then when I look at the price tag, I go, ooh, how's that gonna work out? So for me personally, I'm very interested in hearing about the potential for partnerships and whether there's any way to make this, more affordable for the district. So I'm interested in that. I'm a non-sports parent so far. So like, I really don't know kind of what the scuttlebutt is out there about, softball field versus this versus that. And so like, I'm really interested in kind of hearing from the community. And I realize that's not necessarily your wheelhouse, but if that's something that like the district can do to reach out to, like, I'm a fan of Thought Exchange. I know I sound like a broken record, but one of the things that's convenient about it is you can ask one simple question. You could lay out like a couple of these plans and be like,
Sure.
what's your feedback? What do you think? And then you can differentiate like the answers from parents versus community members versus students, so it would be useful since we have to make a decision about it pretty fast, like it would be useful to hear kind of what the community's feedback is and what the community really is willing to support as we would be scrambling to try and figure out how funding would work. So
Okay.
those are my 2. Interested in. Yes.
I would just say with all this is Director Lurie was saying, I would like to hear more student perspective with softball, football, soccer and lacrosse. And I know, as I think his Director Lurie was saying, a lot of sports are off campus, and right now girls softball is off campus and baseball and some other sports are off campus, and just seeing how I know there's partnership with possible outside use, but also this is primarily for the students. So I would like to weigh that in, and then just also seeing how students feel about these different options. I'm personally not a student athlete. This is more my wheelhouse. So I would like to have a student group of some of our top athletes in each of these sports go over. And one thing I was just thinking about, and I don't know the answer to this, is transportation and how that could work for maybe students who can't drive or might have parents who are working and can't drive them, and the district's responsibility to drive them, or if they don't have a responsibility to drive them, and just make sure if it is off campus that students who want to participate, what's not holding them back is transportation or something outside of their control. So I like that we want to move quick on this, but I also want to hear from a lot more students about this.
well, it's out now, so I imagine we're gonna be hearing.
Yeah.
Because they know about it already. And there is the athletic, what is it, student athletic advisory group?
Athletic leadership. I think,
Okay,
yeah.
so there is already a group that's formed that I'm sure has strong opinions.
I'd like to check them because I actually haven't seen this until now. So,
Oh, I just mean it's out there now.
oh, yes,
As of now.
yeah. So I think talking to students and possibly sitting down with them and going over these options would just be a smart idea.
Who is the administrator that oversees that committee? Is it
I
Nick?
believe it's
It's-
Nick,
Well, Nick and Lindsay.
Blaine, yeah.
and
She's
the
the athletic.
athletic director,
Yeah.
who you have been having conversations.
Yeah.
already.
Yes, yeah, I think I have. Okay.
And then from a city perspective, the fees and the sinking fund, so that we can understand the maintenance of the field 7 years from now, when we have to returf this, is that going to work out again? So I guess that would be the other thing, and how much will each side pay, and This will fall into the interlocal agreement then as well.
Correct.
Right.
And there needs to be that awareness for the clubs and the other groups that use the facilities and pay those facility use fees, that those need to reflect the higher cost of things like if lights are selected and the sinking fund and how that has to be calculated in. So, you know, I know there'd be lots of folks that I know who would look at this and go, yes, absolutely, but they need to realize that for their lacrosse clubs or their soccer or, you know, even boys and girls club, that could be increased utility.
Yeah, that's,
Facilities use fees.
and that's the concern, is that the fees now go so high that, you know, there's no usage. We see that in other things that have been built as well.
Just one last thing for what it's worth, all of these options have been priced with the cork infill, not the rubber wind fill. So just for the record, it's 100% cork infill.
Yeah.
So, which is an upcharge as well, but we've made that call in that, so.
Well, we have our field folks here. Do you have any other questions for them? Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
But just another group that I think this impacts is band and during football season. I know that at least this year, I don't know, there's been as much of it in the past, but a lot of conflicts with time. So having another full regulation field that's lit can help that too. So just another group to reach out to.
And I think it's really important to send the messaging that Brandy gave at the beginning is we're talking the current capital levy, but we also know that the next levy that we're going to work so hard on is also going to necessitate having fields in it as well. So we need to get in that future mindset of the option that is selected now. Doesn't mean the other one never gets done, just means it gets pushed out to a later date.
So we have the $3 million now as part of our current levy. And so that's where that 3 million comes from. And then, okay. And then whatever might happen in the future.
Okay. Do we get our picture with the board?
Yeah.
Definitely, definitely. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
I would love to declare a 10-minute
Yeah.
recess to give our students a chance to go home if they want, because this would normally be 8 o'clock. If our meeting started at 6, it's up to you guys. Stay on. Who would want to leave this meeting? So we will reconvene at 7:25. right, and you're just going to tell me that we are back on. Hello, everyone. We are back in session. It is 7:25 and we are up to full governance process monitoring. Oh, no, sorry, we're not. We're still in the report. We're doing board policy 1001 governance commitment superintendent succession. So this is for both discussion and possible action. So board directors know this, I am kind of reporting this out to the community and anyone watching that we have received 5 submissions from search firms. And we will be having a meeting tomorrow from 10 to noon. That is a special meeting that is viewable by the public, where we will be discussing we'll be doing 3 things, actually. We'll be discussing the proposals. We'll be voting at that meeting on 3 finalists, so picking 3 finalists. So everyone can take a look at the link that Michelle sent out that has all the proposals contained therein. That week before tomorrow, that'd be very helpful. And I think we had talked before about discussing questions for the interviews. So the next step, once we pick the finalists, would be to invite them to a Zoom interview with us. And so if, as a board, we can talk about what kinds of questions we want to be asking them, that would be useful to do tomorrow, because the next meeting after that, then we will be talking to the search firms. I'm hoping that we'll be able to do ranked choice voting for the search firms, because I've been learning how to do it and it's kind of fun. I conducted a mock election in my own household of whose pet was it, like what rank order the pets are in my house, like what the top 3 favorites are. And it's the winner is the cat that everyone is afraid of because no one wanted to vote against him. So now I know how to do it. So I have the forms. I'll print out.
How many animals were in contention?
Oh, that's an excellent question. There were 6 animals in contention. Yes. Yeah. 4 cats. Yes. So
Wait, are there no chickens right now?
the chickens don't have enough personality to be able to vote in.
Oh, wow, that's not really inclusive.
Favorite pet. Nobody's sacrificed the chicken, I'm sorry. Okay, so I'm all geared up for that. We also are going to hear a little more about the thought exchange. No, not tomorrow. That's not, never mind. That is not happening tomorrow. So those are the things that we're going to be doing tomorrow. Does anyone have anything they want to discuss related to that plan? I guess I'll go over the timeline a little bit as well. Then December, so that's tomorrow, December 10th, and then on December 14th, we have a meeting in the afternoon where we will hear presentations from the finalists by Zoom. We will discuss and we will vote. Oh, yeah, we'll vote on one final firm, presumably, unless we need to go back to them for more information and kind of delay the process a bit. But the hope is to get a search firm on board right then and there, like then or the next day, if possible. So that's what I've got. December 16th, we have our Mercer Island High School site visit, which is great. We'll be able to get back into a building for the 2nd time this year. Does anyone else have anything else related to the superintendent succession? Okay, I'm looking at Tam. No hand. Okay.
Yeah, and I think the only item will be we'll vote on a firm.
Yeah.
So that, and then the contract will be negotiated after that vote
Correct.
happens.
So we'll
And it
need
won't
to.
come back necessarily for further approval unless it's outside of. something
Right,
else.
so we will, at that same meeting, we will designate either
You'll take
you and me
action.
or someone else, that will be the action at that meeting. We need to designate a team to go out there and negotiate and sign a contract. Yeah. Okay. Great. Okay, that is that. Next we have our full governance process monitoring board policy 1800 OE3 appropriate treatment of community members.
So tonight we have 2 monitoring reports for you. Each of them has some level 1. And this first one has a level 2, which staff will present in. If you open the report, you will see that the level 2 in OE3 is regarding student discipline. So Dr. Runda will go through the data that is the level 2 data for you. And then if there are any other questions or concerns on any of the level 1.
Director Ronzer, will you please promote Director Prescott? It's been, I think she's doing, okay. And while she's coming in, just want to kind of remind the board that if you compared last year's fundamental or OE3 report rather for the particular section on student discipline to this year, you'd see some changes, and those changes are in request to ones that you had made during your language monitoring portion. Most notably, there was curiosity in two areas. One was now that the state is having districts track exclusions, not just suspensions and or suspensions and expulsions, but also exclusions from school or from the classroom environment. So that was one area. And the other was to take a closer look at what the demographic breakdown is of the students in terms of discipline. Because we knew we would probably have ends, and there are still some in there that were so small that they could be identifiable. You had said that they'll give us a picture of, you know, a 5-year or a 3 to 5 year window, so that we might see some larger numbers that we can actually report out on. And so I'll turn it over to Jamie Prescott, our Director of Learning Services, to kind of talk us through. Jamie, I'll drive here, and so if you want me to scroll down or up, just let me know.
Sounds good. Good evening. So I misheard, or I didn't hear like maybe 4 seconds of things while I was being promoted. So if I am redundant in what Fred said, my apologies. If you recall, in 2019, discipline policies in the state were significantly changed. And really the difference what became, instead of moving quickly to short-term suspension, long-term suspension, expulsion, the state said we really need to work on keeping kids in classrooms. And even though something might not be deemed a short-term suspension, anytime you've removed a student out of a classroom for more than 10 minutes, then really you've excluded them from their learning opportunities. And that needs to then be tracked because we want to make sure that students are not being sent to the hall or held in the office for disciplinary reasons when other things haven't been attempted. So the other key piece that they did was say, Fred, if you could scroll down where it shows the different options, like we must do, we'll come back to this in just a second. One of the changes, significant changes, was that other forms of intervention needed to be tried before an exclusion could occur. So instead of saying, oh, this is an inappropriate behavior, kiddos go into the hallway, there needs to be, prior to excluding students from the classrooms, other forms of discipline must first be attempted to correct an action or behavior. If you recall, it's been a few years now, probably because of the pandemic, but we were talking about restorative circles. And I remember some different buildings coming and talking about restorative circles and practices really working on trying to eliminate some of the punitive components and really work on the restoration of relationships and the impact of somebody's words and actions on others. So you will see in here, now you can go back up, Fred, sorry. So first of all, the numbers will look higher because again, we're looking at total numbers over a 5-year period. Here is our, oh, sorry, Fred, keep going down. So if you look at the types of occurrences that we experience, you'll see that, oh, there we go. You know, our largest occurrences are with alcohol and with fighting or threats. We don't tend to have a lot of physical altercations. We've got lots of verbal threats, unsafe behavior, those types of things. There's also tobacco. So if you recall, in the last few years, the elevated use and introduction of vaping and e-cigarettes has gone up. They have now, well, I won't get into that, but there are now some new restrictions on vaping and what can be sold to students, but those have been our major infractions. If we then go down and look at exclusions, so
Will you just talk about why the 195 with the 139 students and how that, why the numbers don't always match up?
sure. So the same student could have multiple offenses or have multiple reasons, right? So a student who is perhaps under the influence could be classified under the marijuana and the alcohol, depending on the circumstances. There could also have been unsafe behavior partnered with something else, harassment or something to that effect. So it's 139, our N is 139 as far as students, and then our number of occurrences is 195. So here we look at by gender. So here's broken out classroom exclusions. So again, this is a new thing. We don't have the data from 16 up until the 2019. So this number is small. You've got our in-house suspensions, and we can see that the disproportionality between male and female in-house suspensions. We also see it in short-term suspension. So a short-term suspension is 3 to 9 days, or 3 to 10 days, and a long-term is 11 or more. So here it's been broken down by race and ethnicity. Again, you'll see, even though we grouped and clustered a 5-year span together, there are still a number of categories where we've got an N fewer than 10. So that data is not available to be shared publicly due to the potential of identifying factors. So just, I mean, I think this is pretty obvious, but another one of the reasons for the changing in numbers, if we were to look at it disaggregated by year, is that with COVID and with schools being closed for an 18-month period or 16-month period, we didn't have students in our buildings. And so the reporting was less, the incident rate was less. And so the numbers will be off slightly, A, because of the changes in the law, B, because of the factors of COVID and where school was occurring.
So that's the one area that's a level 2. The rest of them are level 1s. And so we'll turn it over to questions. And then President Tucker, you can take it from there for votes.
Tam, you've had your hand up.
Thank you. Thank you, Jamie. So you mentioned that we are right now doing a lot of alternative, ways to address some of these issues and concerns. And it's one of the ways that is counseling part of, I love to hear the restorative circle. And I was wondering, counseling, referral to the counseling center was also one of the processes that we help students, to address some of the things that they're doing here.
Yes, absolutely. We've got the YFS counselors on site, and so oftentimes they will be involved in working through, sometimes it's reminding students about CALSO's choices in the elementary school. Sometimes it's providing resources in the high school for drug and alcohol counseling. When we talk about classroom exclusion, sometimes it's peer-to-peer issues. Sometimes there are things where it's appropriate for the counselor to be brought in, whether it's YFS or our district counselors. So they're absolutely part of some conversations, and it really depends on the infraction.
And I would just add that, just building on that, an example might be a suspension for a certain violation, especially around drugs and alcohol, might be, a greater length of time than actually the suspension is. And that's because we give students the opportunity to, if they'll meet with Chris, they'll work through drug and alcohol counseling, then, we'll reduce that, because we'd rather have that student working on what the issue really is than missing school. And so really trying to think about what's the way to best support that student. And then another piece is, there are some students who as part of a preemptive behavior support, they might have a specific strategy where a teacher actually has the student go to another part of the building or go to somewhere else. And so before a student escalates such that now all of a sudden we do have to remove them from learning, we proactively, as part of a plan, have them go to maybe a different part of the building. That's where they're going to get support, or they cool off, or they do a lap around the school, and then they come back. That's not an exclusion, because that's actually part of their educational process. So there are some things that we're always trying to do, both proactively and then also trying to work with students reactively to minimize the amount of time they're out of the classroom.
Thank you, Fred. It's reassuring to hear all the different strategies that we're employing to help our students.
One group, and I'm remiss that I didn't mention them, that I didn't say was we've got the PALS programs in the elementary schools. And those staff members help work through different conflicts and relationships as well. So sometimes they're brought in, and as well as the CARES team that's been established at the high school.
That's great, thank you. I don't know how this would work, but I'd be interested. I'm looking at the page 4 here, where you see broken down by race/ethnicity, like how many exclusions and other disciplinary actions there are. I'm kind of curious to know how, I don't know how to say this. I clearly can't say specifically what I'm looking for, but I guess I would like to know, as those numbers are changing, how it interacts with like the demographics of the high school. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, for example, if there are more exclusions of or suspensions of Asian kids, is that because there are more Asian kids in the high school, or is that an actual trend? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you want to know about proportionality data.
That's what I'm, yes,
Yep.
that's what I meant.
I
Proportionality
knew, that's what you said.
Yes.
Jamie, do you want to take that or me?
I mean, we can absolutely pull the proportionality data. It's very easy to see it in the male, female, and non-binary data. It's harder here because the numbers are not big enough necessarily to be able to warrant that and see very clearly that there's a divide. Fred, if you happen to know them off the top of your head, great. Otherwise, we can pull those and bring those back to you.
I'm not even asking for that. I'm
Well,
just
I
saying,
do have it
okay,
in
well,
my head,
amazing.
because I thought that might be asked.
Yeah.
Our white Caucasian students, if you just look, let's just look at in-house suspension and
Yeah.
remembering that these are actually K-12. This is data across the system.
Yeah.
48 out of 68, we're over-identifying white students for in-house suspension if you compare that to the percentage of white students in the district. That percentage is off. Same with the short-term suspensions, 77 out of 105. So you're talking about, 3/4. We're under 3/4 of our students being white. So we are over identifying students for short-term suspensions. The rest of them for Asian, 14 out of 105 is slightly under, and all the others are either under, but it's hard to tell on some of them because we have such small ends that if 1 or 2 students are suspended, it could throw off the proportionality on that based on that. But those 2 areas in particular are white students compared to the proportionality of what our total population is, that we would be in the plus section on
I'm
that.
super impressed that you could just pull that out of your head. So thank you very much for that answer. Are there other questions?
What type of offenses result in the suspensions, either long or short? Is that scattered across all the offenses, or there's some particular offenses that lead to most of the long and short suspensions?
Jamie?
So I can speak to when I was in the building doing discipline. There are some specific parameters about which different discipline is imposed based on the infraction or the severity of the infraction. Oftentimes, like for an alcohol violation, it would be a 10-day suspension. We hold 7 days in abeyance. and then reduce it down to 3 days, so that then, and oftentimes we'll have that student serve that in school suspension, as long as they're safe and, you know, they're not seeking external treatment. They would serve in building so that they had access to their teachers, their counselors, their work and resources. And then during that time, we would assign them to be meeting with Chris Harnish from Mercer Island Youth and Family Services.
It starts initially as that 10, but then as the administrators work with the student and the parents, and how do they then come to an agreement to participate in drug and alcohol counseling, and what does that do then to the long term versus short term?
Erin, did you want to chime in on that? You look like you wanted to say something before. No? No, okay.
A number of these
Like an auction.
categories, just so you know as well, many of these are all individual categories that we report out on to the state. We purposely crunched them together around themes so that we could report them out, and we didn't have a bunch of N's or less than 10. And so that's why you'll see, you know, a long list in there. It's because we tried to put all kind of the weapons and things, for instance, all in one. So when we report it out to the state, it's very individualized.
Much.
Fred, when you mentioned it, I really like how you broke it out, because it really helps us to see kind of things that people do to themselves, like, you know, alcohol, drugs, you know, versus infractions that they do to others, right? We respond differently, and kind of tying to what Maggie Ty was saying, I would kind of, if we ever have big enough numbers, to kind of to break it down by race and gender, just to it help us to see the trend, right? As kind of harm infractions that we do against others versus kind of individual harm. I think it helped us to think about how to address some of the larger climate problems, or provide more relevant services and more targeted services to different groups. But that would be interesting to know more.
And I think we're going to see that. And the reason why I point that out is I've been in 2 meetings in the last week with our partners in Youth and Family Services. And one was the Healthy Youth Initiative. And the other meeting I was in was the Youth Concerns Committee. Thank you, Superintendent Kowalski. They are partnering, and well, we're partnering, but Youth and Family Services is partnering actually with an outside entity here in the region, who's going to come in and use this data along with our Healthy Youth Survey data, our SUNY Luthar data. And so we're going to partner with them, and then they're going to be doing focus groups with our students to learn more about, in particular, drugs, alcohol, and tobacco. And so to try to get a better sense of what's driving these numbers, because the suspensions that you're seeing obviously are following the use, you know, where are we seeing the riskiest behavior? Those are the areas. And so we're going to be doing some work with the city and the community around all of this. And I think Director Din, we're going to be able to see some of those demographic pieces come out of this.
And sorry, when is that happening?
That will start, I think, sometime this spring or later this winter.
Great. Well, I really appreciate you guys coming back to us with this level of detail and being so responsive to what the board asked for. So thank you for that.
I don't think Superintendent Kowalski gave us much of a no.
Well, then, I appreciate that, Superintendent. Do I have a motion here?
I move we find the superintendent in compliance of board policy 1800 OE3.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, actually, I think it's worth noting in item number 1. Sorry, let me just scroll up here. Item number 1, superintendent will establish and maintain learning environments safe and respectful for meeting the students' needs. And item number 3, with respect to staff and volunteers, we'll meet the similar needs and show professional respect and courtesy. this has been incredibly hard during the pandemic, and there have been so many changes and expectations around this with our parent community. I remember at the start of the year, there was very huge concern around safety of our schools.
In
With
terms
us,
of lunch, you mean?
and during lunch, tons of work done around that to help address those issues. Without teachers, it was, there's been a lot of work to respectfully go through all the transitions from Zoom to in-person, dealing with the issues around what to do when kids are sick and how do we do some Zoom or make accommodations for them. The special education group and how we've been taking care of our kids for throughout the pandemic, even at the very start with the in-person work. I mean, this was a huge, heavy lift. And I think that should actually be really acknowledged as to how well and how smoothly that was handled. There was a huge amount of bargaining involved in all that too. Huge amount of outreach to the parents. I think the videos we've done with the parents, the Zoom meetings, the emails that have been answered, the dashboards that have been made, proves, we set up with some goals. We convinced the parents it was good, had dashboards to prove that the safety mechanisms were all working. That is an incredible amount of work and lift through this pandemic. So I think that needs to be really, really acknowledged. That was incredible. So I thank you very much for that. It's feels wrong to just check in compliance. That's been really tough, I think, for everybody. So thank you very much. I think it really gave us a model for what community engagement. I think we've talked about transparency and communication, what that looks like. And the follow-up, the dashboard and COVID dashboard has been super useful. It really is a great model for what that looks like. So thank you very much. I think that has been a huge success in so many ways. And yes, we have heard complaints from things. I mean, now we'd love to go back to no masks and stuff like that. But I mean, I think even the vaccination efforts, the booster efforts are proof of progress towards that. The drama team just did a mask-free performance. It's pretty amazing. So this school district is doing well on those type of things, and we should definitely take some pride in that work.
Thank you.
Thanks. It is a team effort, and having a great team has been what has buoyed us all through this last how many months now. We're approaching that almost 2-year mark when I started to get emails saying this is coming, you need to close schools. It was in January of 2020. So it's been a long haul, but if you have a strong team, then you support each other through it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I forgot Ty and the finances of keeping us afloat and out of jail.
Two very good jobs. Okay, should we call to vote then? All in favor of finding the superintendent in compliance with 1800 OE3, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. No nays, no abstentions. That passes by a vote of 5-0. Thank you all. Next, do you want to move a chair or?
The next report is OE9, communication and support to the board, and you can see that there are a total of 20 items. Most are level 1, but there are several that are level 2, and so staff is going to be going through in particular the specifics of the level 2 items, and we'll just go in numerical order. Correct, Dr.
Could we start at 18 so Dr. Booby can go home?
We certainly can start at 18, so Dr. Booby can go home. Yes.
Great. So I'll turn it over to you on this one if you want to drive.
Oh, you may have to drive this.
I can drive.
It's a different kind of computer.
It's a different kind of computer, but it's not a circus. Number 18 is our report to the board around incidents involving restraint and isolation. Last year, when we reported out, we had determined as a board that some of the data was too telling by breaking it out by building. And so we had collapsed it to elementary, middle, and high school this year. So as we look at the data, or elementary, secondary, actually. So as we look at the data, we had 7 incidents in this past year, the 2021 school year, with less than 10 students. And then the secondary, we had 51 incidents of restraint or isolation with less than 10 students. Most of these are, so there was a total of, just to kind of give you a set here, of the 58 incidents, less than 10 students were involved total. Some students required both isolation and restraint. And in general, restraints were very brief, 1 minute or less in nature. And there were no different district staff injured in those pieces or in those restraint isolations. New this year, and more specifically, we are reporting all the MPA data. So if a student is, if a student is at a non-public agency such as Academy for Precision Learning, which we don't have any students at, so just to give you an example. And there is a restraint or isolation, and if a student's an elementary student at Northwood, then that's where that data would go. So it goes in their home school. And just to be clear, we have no students at Northwood or any building at that example. That's completely fictitious. So that data is in there this year.
What constitutes restraint and isolation? Like, I apologize if that's a basic question.
Yeah, so restraint is a physical intervention. It's defined in the report. And it's used to move a student to safety or to keep the student safe from themselves and others. And so we have very specific training on how to do that. Where you can touch a student, where you can't, like you can't touch them on the wrist because you could break their wrist, so you have to, it's the forearm and so forth. So they go through very specific training when we have students that might need that. And then you have a student who never needs it and all of a sudden decides to run out in front of a car, like does something that they shouldn't, and that requires, immediate action to keep students safe. And isolation is where a student is removed from other students. So not sent to the hallway, not go to the office. It is the student is a danger to themselves and others, and we need to make sure they're by themselves. So there could be restraint with an isolation to get them to a safe place while they're calming down. Or it could be a reverse evacuation where all the students leave the classroom so that we don't have to touch the student. So then, and so then we actually went back and analyzed 4 years of data, which is something else the board had asked for. So we have the total incidents by male, female. So you can see elementary and secondary. Elementary 182 incidents over the last since 2017 involving 25 students. Secondary 36 male with less than 10 students. So you can see where we're at with that data. And then we broke it down by race, ethnicity as well. And there was just several cells that didn't have any data and a couple cells that had less than 10. So we did not report out the whole number of incidents or number of students in that situation.
One other thing just to point out, just as a reminder, even though Dr. Booby, who's our Director of Special Services, is reporting on this, this is all gen ed students. So this is all students, and all students are gen ed students first, is what I mean. And so whether or not the student has has an attribute and whatnot, or has an individual education plan, a 504 is ELL, it doesn't matter. All restraint and isolation is put into this together. We just happen to have historically collected it through our special services support team. And so she knows the data most, but it should be pointed out that this is not a special education thing only.
And again, this data is through the 2021 school year. And you didn't ask for this year's data yet, because this year is still in progress, but we are seeing an uptick in our littles with some behaviors because they don't know how to do school. And so we have reconfigured some of our supports to help the elementary schools with students who've been home for kindergarten and first grade or preschool and are just coming into buildings and need to learn school or need different emotional supports.
Cam, I see your hands up.
Thanks, Maggie Tai. Can we go back to the data slide? I don't know if I saw it correctly, but I saw that there were like 97 Asian students and like 90%. Yes, that number. So can you clarify a little bit more on this? Because it seems, I mean, I know that we have about 25% of our student population identify as Asian Pacific Islanders. So this seemed a little bit high. So I wonder what is driving this number.
97 incidents, and then in parentheses is the number of students.
Okay, so there's still 12 and 16. So
Over 4 years.
so if we talk about proportionality, then it still is a little bit high if it's so I was just curious when because I know that, you know, the number seems equal, right, with the total incident of white students and Asian students relatively, but when we have, you know, almost 65% of our students or 75% of our students are white. So I'm just curious about is this typical of other district, or just curious what your thoughts are, what is driving this number?
It's going to be hard to go
Yes.
into it without disclosing information about students. Is what will make that a bit challenging, just because of some of the students who we've been working with. So that will, I don't know, Dr. Booby, if you.
Yeah, that's why I'm hesitating, because I'm trying to see how I can give an example without releasing information that I shouldn't, because it's still a small sample, and over 4 years, any individual year, it might only be 1 or 2 students. So I want to be very careful about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is how, you know, part is how we are able to talk to the data, so about the data. So when our community see this, that they don't get shocked by it and don't have a background understanding, and then it will create a lot of questions, because if you just look at the data, and if we're looking at general student population, if it was, let's say, special ed student population, and we have maybe an equal amount of Asians and white students, then the numbers, I can see the numbers. But then if, you know, if you're just basing on about a 25% of Asian Pacific Islander students, then objectively, this comes out as really disproportionate. And so, you know, I guess part of it is like, how do we help explain some of this so that our community doesn't look at this number and not have a full picture and then get upset by it. That's.
Yeah. So let me.
I think the question to ask is, knowing what you know, in terms of what these numbers are, do you have concerns that there's disproportionality regarding Asian students?
No, I don't. And whenever an incident happens, parents are informed within 24 hours. And so the parents of these students have not only been informed, but within 5 days get their full written report with the analysis. So whenever there's a restraint or isolation, there is a form we fill out, but more than the form, there's a reflection. What could we do differently? And the parents are involved in that reflection. And if we need to, and the student has a disability, there's a behavior plan, a functional behavior assessment is also being conducted. And with our behavior assistance team, also working with the general ed population, we have 2 full-time BCBAs who can help even the gen ed teachers as well, look at the functions of the behavior and work with the parents. And I'm not aware of any complaints from the parents that have students involved in the incidents of the process. You know, when they go through the process, they have been very thankful of all the supports that they're getting, same as the staff.
I also wanted to just chime in wearing my former school OT hat a little bit, just to say that I think, Tam, the numbers you want to look at are the 12 and the 16, right? So approximately same ballpark number of children that are needing these interventions. And when you look at how many incidents there are, when you look at Asian versus white, again, it's in the same ballpark. And then the difference between, you know, like 97 and 90 is pretty negligible. So you can't really look at why are there 12 Asian students and only 16, you know, in proportion to 16 white students, without looking at the specifics of individual students, you know, situations, which obviously we can't do here. But I think that given that the number of students that are having these interventions, that the proportion of use of restraint and isolation is similar, like I don't have any concerns personally.
I assume that these numbers were based on the general population of the percentage of Asian students we have. So there are only 12 students in there? Is that what?
Over 4 years.
Over 4 years, 12 students who were Asian needed this type of intervention. Yeah.
And then 16 white students. And so if you look at the number, it doesn't, whether we think there's justification, the number itself, if we look at the number of Asian students there are, it is disproportionate. And so, you know, part of our number tells us is it helps us to identify what kind of behavior we see that leads to this, right? And just kind of, and how it changed from elementary to secondary. And just, you know, when I see those numbers, it's interesting that I'm always thinking like, what's going on there? Because when parents look at it, when the community looks at it, they will ask what's going on there. And I hope we have, you know, we're ready to explain to folks. And so that's where, you know, as part of our work, how do we help our staff administration, you know, better communicate with our community what the number reflects? Because as is, it does come across as disproportionate.
When we look at it at the 4-year straight, I will say when we report the data annually to OSPI, our data has been determined as not disproportionate. We are proportionate each year when we submit the data to OSPI. So we have not been found minus 1 year, but it wasn't around restraints and isolations. It was around the number of students being referred to special education. But so far, none of our annual data has come back disproportionate.
Are we ready to make a motion?
No,
Well,
this is just 18.
Oh, we're- Oh, sorry.
You have 19 hours.
So I'm giving, okay.
Yep.
Sorry, any other discussion of this one? Right.
Thank
I
you.
forgot that we were starting with 18.
Yeah, this is one of your
Yes.
longest, one
Oh,
of your
yeah.
longest reports.
Yeah, thank
So
you.
we're gonna go back up to the top,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
right, Fred? To the first,
Number 3.
level 2, which is number 3.
Thanks, Dr.
And
Booby.
this is the enrollment data that the board sees annually, that we've talked extensively about over the last few meetings. And this report is attached as a separate attachment. And Dr. Rundle is going to go through this monitoring level 2.
The board, over the last couple of years, but last year in particular, made some changes and really worked on the language, both to, I think, make it a little bit more explicit as to exactly what we want to be reporting out and what we want to be sharing. In a typical year, this would have been an odd year, so 2021, and so the level of detail wouldn't have been quite as specific. However, the superintendent and staff had conferred, and just based on all of the changes in enrollment and the attention to enrollment because of the impacts of COVID in the last couple of years, we are offering a little bit more data than maybe we would in a typical off year. So just kind of looking through, you had a preview to this in October. We gave some preliminary information on all of this in October, but now is the full report. So just remembering that a full-time equivalent student, we refer to as an FTE, and that's 1.0. It's important to remember that a 1.0 student is a student who's attending full-time. We might have a student who is not. A reason why a student wouldn't be full-time is maybe they aren't taking a full load of classes for any given reason, or they might be partially enrolled in only coming part of the day. So we can't collect from the state full-time on that. That's different than head count. Head count is actually the number of students who are in the building at any point during a school day. And so our head count and our FTE don't always match up, and it's important to remember that. And then there's a couple of definitions regarding projected budget for FTE versus actual, and we can get into that. So I'm going to turn it over to Ty first. He's going to talk us through a couple of slides here that really come out of some of the reports that he works on as he does projections.
All right. Is this on yet? No. Oh, all right. Now we're okay. So we've seen this chart recently. This is, and we've talked about this chart. This is Dr. Kendrick's. Dr. Kendrick is our demographer. We engage him usually about every 4 years to do an update in terms of long-range planning. We mainly use his work for facility planning, and it's kind of a check on our internal projections. But when he does his projections, he does a high, mid, and low range projection, and we tend to track between the mid and low range historically in terms of his projections. We re-engaged Dr. Kendrick in 2019, right before the pandemic, to do a plan update as part of our facility, long-range facility master plan. This is the most recent set of projections that he made. And as we can see, his mid and low range projections were declining and following the rough trajectory that we had assumed that we would follow pre-pandemic. When we go down to the next slide, what really happened was with the pandemic, based on our projections, we took a significant downward turn in terms of enrollment below his low range projections as part of a general trend statewide and nationwide when it came to enrollment loss. And when we were looking at the 21-22 year, we had to make some decisions about, do we think we'd receive a lot of students returning? Do we think we'd have some type of middle of the road approach, or should we just be super conservative and budget really low? And based on advice from the board, we picked a middle of the road approach, which is also apparently what a lot of other districts in the state followed suit in terms of a middle of the road approach, which we can see in the 21-22 actual enrollment. That dotted purple is the projections, and the solid green is the actual enrollment. So we came down significantly in 20-21, and then in the 21-22 school year, instead of going back up to a more middle of the road approach, we declined just slightly even more. If we go on to the next slide, these are the current projections for enrollment. So this is using October of 21 data projecting enrollment for 22-23 school year. We are taking a slightly more cautious approach with the enrollment as we're looking forward. We're projecting somewhere around 3798 in terms of projection. So coming down just ever so slightly in terms of where we're going to be for enrollment. We do see that the trend is in the outer years is leveling out as we move through and adjust the averages more to how enrollment is actually coming through. There will be more information about projections in January when we come to do a planning and budget update. And when we talk about revenue projections and what that's going to look like for the next year.
I will say that we are seeing a slight uptick in enrollments right now, particularly at elementary. Families coming back now that the vaccine is coming through. So we're going to see a bump after the first of the year of families who are already re-enrolling and that we're working. And so I've seen a number of those come through and we're working with families right now. So some of those things, I think we're going to see some elementary growth, not a lot, but a little bit here coming up.
A question regarding looking out into the farther future. I see a 500 enrollment drop approximately from 2023, 24, or 22, 23 to 26, 27. How much of that is demographic change on the island, and how much is attributed to the expectation that there'll be a decreased percentage of students on the island that will attend school in the district?
So when we get that far out in terms of projections, sorry, I didn't have those. When we get that far out in terms of projections, it's really much more about what are the averages looking like? What's the average shift in grade to grade movement? Because when we're out 5 years, Dr. Kendrick, he comes back every 4 years because that's about the limit of his crystal ball. He does project out 10 years, but once you get past 4, it's super fuzzy. And no one really likes projecting out past 4 years, but we do it as just kind of a general check, a general trend. When we look at how things have been moving, and that's one of the reasons why I said that outer slope is starting to level out. The drop in the enrollment from 1920, 19-20 to 20-21 is going to be messing with these formulas for a few years as we kind of move through, as that moves through the system. So there is some demographic work, but once we get that far out, it's really more about the average movement between the grade levels.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to put a finer point on it, our district historically has been a very good district, and it's the reason we have high enrollment compared to a district such as Seattle, where there's a much higher percentage that go to private schools. So it'd be useful in looking at enrollment projected out, from my perspective, to know how much is just that there's fewer number of eligible students, children on the island that are going to school. And then also tracking over time, what percentage of students are going to school in the district. Sort of a metric to keep ourselves accountable. How many students are electing for whatever reason, whether it's pandemic, but long-term in particular, that we're sort of doing what we've historically done well, which is offer a compelling education that causes parents to send their kids to Mercer Island public schools rather than to look for alternatives.
And I believe that's part of the report that we're putting out tonight is, we track these numbers on an annual basis, and that's part of the report that we're generating tonight. The first part of this report is really about what's the general movement and trend in terms of projections to actual enrollment. And then once we get further into the report, it's really about what's the movement of students through the grades, like in terms of incoming students and exiting students. And then the actual student enrollment loss is dealt further down into and so we do report on that right there.
So one of the things, and I'll just jump down to that slide because I think it addresses this. Because of the curiosity and concern of the decrease in enrollment, we actually took a much broader look than we've done in the past at private schools in the region. And so you'll see that for the last several years, we were really only reaching out to about 30 schools. We weren't really following back, or we would send things out. This year, we actually did a pretty extensive campaign to look at private schools all around the region. And then we followed up with them. And actually, we had 81 schools reporting this year versus only 30 schools who had reported last year. And you can see that obviously there's a delta between the number of private school students from one year to the next, but obviously we've increased it by 51 schools who reported. So I think that's the number we have to continue to look at. And that's part of this report is how many students are choosing private school, how many are choosing homeschool, and how many are choice transferring. A choice transfer, of course, being deciding to go to another school in the state of Washington through the open enrollment or choice transfer process. A large number of that increase there this year are actually ones who went to Oasis or one of the online schools that are affiliated with one of the other school districts. For instance, I know of a couple of the students who are returning back to us, they'll be leaving that school and coming back. So I think we'll start to see some of that choice transfer really come back because of some of that's made up of online students this year. But Director Gloves, I think that MI student residents in private schools, that's the number we'll have to continue to watch. If we look at kind of building off of where Ty is leaving off there, if we look at this chart here, we have lots of information in here. The one that I think is particularly important is on that far right column. That's our total head count in the month of June, year after year. And if you look at kind of that 18-19 year, well, it's not the high water, that's kind of the year before, obviously, the COVID-19 impact. Taking that number of 4,444 students, head count, not FTE, but just students in our district. And then if you subtract that from where we are today, which is in October, we had just over 4,000 students head count. I know that it's been mentioned out, and I've had a lot of questions of, it seems like a 400 or 400 plus student decrease. And I think, that's kind of where that number's been coming out of to a certain degree. So if we then scroll down and we look at kind of the inquiry that the board's been interested in of, what causes that or where are things happening? I think that there's a few things that are happening when we look at it. If we look over time and we just compare this next chart, on the left-hand side with those numbers, you have the graduating seniors in spring, and then the correlation to the right is how many kindergartners are coming in the fall replacing them. So we know we've had some larger classes and they're starting to move through the system, and the end of the big wave that we had, those are the students who are now in our high school, which is why our high school numbers have been fairly stable. But you can see in that kind of 2018 graduating class, we had 346 students. Replacing them the following year were 220 kindergartners. And you can see that delta grew, especially even in that 1920 year. That was the pandemic year, but those are, we had a small kindergarten class coming in anyway. So we had a pretty large delta. So when you
But I guess the real question that I'm trying to get at here, maybe the data just isn't out there, is like how many kindergartners are there on the island and what percentage are going to Mercer Island School District? Like there's two different things, right? Like there are gonna be demographics. There's fewer kindergartners on the island compared to high schoolers. Like I get that, like then that we can't control that, right? But then there's the other question of what percentage of high schoolers that are graduating go to Mercer Island school districts compared to what percentage of kindergartners go to Mercer Island school districts.
And getting that exact information is really difficult because they don't register with us. And so we don't even know, we don't have that child find ability to know, what that looks like. We don't know where that might be in terms of that. So it becomes challenging to be able to know, just because if they've never enrolled with us, then we never know. If they enroll with us and then leave, then we have a little bit more information to go off of, but that's what makes that different.
So we don't know if it's demographics or just.
Well, we
lower
do know
percentage.
some of the demographic piece based on the very first slide of the Dr. Kendrick studies, because there was a decline in there, and that decline was based on things like birth rate. things like housing on the island. He uses many factors where he creates those trend lines. And so prior to the pandemic, he had already indicated that we were in a decline because of all of those factors of less students coming into our system, particularly as younger students, as kindergartners. And
Does the
bubble was
census from
moving.
2020 like have that information?
I'm sorry?
Like the census that's done every.
Yeah, he looks at that as well.
He's a demographer.
Well, I mean, in terms of the number of actual 6-year-olds or 7-year-olds or 8-year-olds on the island.
And that would give us how many kids we could have enrolled in kindergarten in 2020 would be from the census versus how many actually enrolled in kindergarten in 2020. Give us a benchmark.
Right. We do know, if you look at this one, for instance, we know from this information here, this large growth to our kindergarten enrollment this year. We believe, based on looking at our students and their ages, that there were just a number of families who chose not to enroll their kindergartners
Last
here
year.
because of the pandemic. And so they decided to hold that. So that growth, the 230, we know, for instance, there, we have to be careful and know that that's not a true, all of a sudden we just have a lot, many more students. We had some students who chose not to enroll until this year. So those are some other indicators that we look at as well. If we then look at historical enrollment, this next one just kind of breaks down the previous table just a little bit further, and it just kind of, it takes into account what's the difference between our new students and our withdrawals. And so when we're looking at our school years, we look at who are the new students who are enrolling. And when we take that without our kindergartners, with the students who withdrew, we can then start to get a sense of, how many students, if you take out all the seniors and the kindergartners and all of that, we do have natural attrition that happens where new families are moving into the community and some students are moving out. And so this table just kind of shows the movement and why we, where we think that delta of 400 is coming from. You can start to kind of add these up and you can kind of see where that's happening. Yes, some of it is our seniors and our kindergartners, but some of it is just the fact that we had some students who left. And I think that's where we then get into, and I showed you this one from before, so I'm going to kind of move through, but that's where we get into this slide, which is, okay, so when we start asking families, either when they're on their way out and our registrars are asking them, or when we send out a survey to our families, what are they reporting? And so if we look at during the 2020-2021 school year, in the first semester, we had 80 students who were reporting that they were leaving the school district, and then you can start to see where they were going. And so I think to your point as a board, as you're asking those questions, is, where were they headed? And you can see that 12% decided that even after the beginning of the school year, the online wasn't working or whatever. And so they were making different choices of those 82. If we add in then our second semester students, and we see where did those students go, fewer going to private school out of that, but we also have a fewer number reporting, some who are moving out of state, and we don't have solid data on all of them. And then when we look at the summer, so this is our students, once we close school in June to when we reopen, we wanted to look at that. And you can see that that's when the large movement really starts to happen. 260 students reporting in this time period. And we start to see that that's when people are moving either different districts, they're going out of state, they are making moves to private schools and so forth there. And so then when we kind of put it all together and we take a look at our reports through Skyward of what families are reporting, this then is the whole school year altogether of what that looks like. And so of those 391, you can see the percentages of where students were going when they were leaving. The final graph then are the surveys that we send to our families. And so we had 120 forms that were completed from our fall survey, or what would have been our winter survey, and then 224, which would have been our fall survey. And that's the survey that we send out as a school district to try to capture information. We do get a lot of bounce backs on that because people have put in their work emails as their contacts and they've left the state because they're now with a new company. So there are some flaws in tracking them down. Our best chance to get where they're going is our registrars on their way out. But we do look at this and try to break down where they are. You can see then in some of the questions that we had asked, we were really interested in, do you still have children attending one of the schools in Mercer Island? And about a fourth of them still do. So they're withdrawing one or more of their children, but not all of them. Those are families then that we can really reach back to and see, is there potential to bring students back? We also we're curious about whether or not the COVID and our response to COVID influenced their decision. And you can see that again, almost mirroring here, 3/4 felt that it was related to that for their family. And then finally, we were interested in, for planning purposes, do you plan to enroll your child to return? A very small percentage, yes, a little bit more for likely. And then we can see that some of them have made a decision that's going to be a little longer term. The not applicable is some people who had moved out of state, even though it said, you don't have to answer this, they had still answered it. And so it was not applicable because they mostly have moved away. So those are that's some of the information there. I will report that on early January, we'll be hosting an event that we haven't done before. We're actually going to be mailing a letter to anyone who would be in high school, who would be an 8th grader through 11th grader right now, who we think their family still lives on the island, to invite them to an open house at the high school to meet with the counselor, some learning services staff, some of the administrative staff, just to see if they're interested in returning and what that might look like for that. And so we're going to start that in January, and then I still am talking to the middle school and elementary about similar opportunities. But we are going to be mailing out letters here next week to those families and start to try to re-engage them and see if we can't capture some more students back going into next school year.
I have a question about I see here we go back to say 2020 in terms of like people leaving, withdrawing, going to, moving out of state, going to private school, et cetera. Do we have those numbers if we go further back? Like in 2015, say, when families left, were we surveying them as to where we were not? Okay.
Not as extensively.
Yeah,
We really
yeah.
upticked it in the last 2 years.
Yeah. Okay.
We started only sending those surveys recently, and again, they're only as good as how many you get back.
Right.
And it's also reacting to a problem that we're seeing, so we start gathering more
Right.
data. If you don't have a problem, you don't necessarily get the data around it. So I appreciate that aspect of the survey as well, that we're being proactive about the issue.
Just, for me, I mean, I don't want to lose students because they're unhappy either. I mean, that none of us want that, right? I think what we need to keep in mind though is, and encourage parents to make the right choice for their child. I appreciate the question about, do you still have kids in the district? Because I think that really demonstrates that someone has a child with a different need than other children, and that's why they make their decision. And I frankly, personally want people to make the right choice for their kid. And fortunately, in this community, a lot of people have the resources to be able to do that. I think that's a thing to celebrate, frankly, rather than be discouraged. One thing that I am concerned about is the projection is where we hit the financial issues and right sizing the school. And we're always going to kids have always been in private school. People have different mentalities about that. It is what it is. And I personally don't want our administrators chasing that down. I think we should be making our schools the best they can be. And if people come, that's awesome. And if they don't, then they're making a different choice for their kid. Like I said, I don't want to see anyone leave because they're unhappy. But the projections and, you know, I know this was like a once in a lifetime thing, right? Or once in a generation thing with COVID and, I guess just, you know, do we have things in place? I know that you're talking about being more conservative in your projections, and then also right sizing our schools. So that's what I get from this. I personally wouldn't want any, I mean, I appreciate that you're doing these open houses. I think that's a great idea. Why wouldn't we? We have amazing staff and, you know, even have students there and let people see what's out there, because it's hard to know what's there without, you know, showing people. But I don't know, I'm more concerned. I mean, I know you brought it to the board last year about the projections and wanting to be more optimistic. And Ty said that's where a lot of districts ran into trouble. I'm still optimistic that we're going to have enrollment stability from the legislature. They've got that $500 million and right, $500 million that should be going towards education. Well, we still have kids in school, so let's put it towards education, right? So anyways, I guess my focus would be right-sizing our schools and projections. You know, if Mercer Island's tough because with Seattle birth rate, you know, people, the birth rate is much higher. I'm sorry, the population's much higher. So as you get fluctuations with birth rate, you're not going to see as big a change. Many people live here after they have kids. And so it's a different, it's just a different beast to be able to predict who's coming here. So I don't know. I don't put a lot of weight in that. I mean, I like the overall trend. I mean, I appreciate the overall trend and knowing that our enrollment's going down because, well, I don't even know why. I mean, I think it's just cyclical, right? I mean, we go up and we go down and it doesn't always stay the same. We've got, I think with the generation, we have so many people on the island over 70 who are homeowners. And as they move on, we're going to get a big bump of younger kids. And it's just that cycle. So anyways, I just, like I said, my biggest concerns to keep an eye out is projections and right sizing our schools. So these numbers really, to me, reinforce that, or this information reinforces that. So thank you.
So the birth rate for Mercer Island, trying to project off the birth rate here is incredibly difficult. The incoming kindergartners, the number of incoming kindergartners versus the actual birth rate hovers anywhere from 130 to 180% of the birth rate. So 180% of the number of kids that are born on the island will enter the kindergarten system in our schools. So it's incredibly difficult to try to project something that there are more kids than are born on the island because it bounces. We're also running into a period of low birth rate starting in about 2017-ish. We started seeing a decline in Key County birth rates proportionally. And then even into the pandemic, we're going to see fewer birth rates because families are going to be less likely to have children in significantly stressful times and situations. So as we're looking out in those 5, 6, 7 years from now, or from the start of the pandemic, it's likely going to be that we're going to see some shallow waves in terms of that cyclical nature. So, I mean, these are things that we do kind of consider when we do look at birth rates, and as we are looking at how things are moving out in those outer 5 years. So.
I just want to, I want to say thank you first of all for all of this. I think it's very nice and clear and that you've broken it down into components sort of as much as possible for us to understand it, for the public to understand it. I do think there's a piece of the picture that is missing though, and I appreciate the outreach to high school students who might be considering coming back to schools, but when we think about families that have their kids have had their kids in private school because of the pandemic, I think that there's a certain percentage of them who would never have considered sending their kids to private school because they know we have great schools here and they support the concept of public school and they liked having their kids in the district. But having moved their kids to private school, they found some aspect of it worked better for their family, whatever that aspect was. And so there's a communication piece there, I think, like for finding out like, what is it that families feel like they need now that we've got the shots and we've got the boosters, right? Like, so maybe their initial, concerns about the virus have dropped off. Like, what is it that they feel like they need in terms of information? I'm not saying in terms of like any special, treatment or anything like that, but like, is there do people know enough about all the fantastic work that's going on in the district right now in terms of like bringing kids back up to speed, kids who were home for almost 2 years, not having the normal kindergarten experiences, the normal elementary school experiences. Like there's just so much cool stuff going on in the district right now with like helping those kids to catch up. Like I want to just make sure, like I think that's just a part to keep in mind with all of this, like that we need to make sure that those families who are maybe not in the district right now are still hearing about it. And I don't know how that happens.
Well, a lot
Through
of
magic,
it is,
you know?
through our social media, et
Yeah,
cetera. But I
yeah.
think it's also really important to Director Larry's point that, many of our families on Mercer Island have the opportunity to have their children go to other schools. But they also know that changing your child's school situation every year is also stressful and not great for kids. So I know what you have shared with me, President Tucker, is that many families will say, yes, we plan on coming back, but we're waiting for that right transition. So an example being when we're ready to go to middle school or when we're ready to go to high school versus changing children every year to a different school. As a longtime educator, I strongly recommend you don't change your child's model or their school every year, because it is very hard to adjust, and that consistency is really important. So appreciate that families, made the commitment and are sticking with it till the next break time. But true to some parents who said we are not coming back until our children can be vaccinated, we think that's that tiny little blip that we're seeing now in January. They've actually reached out and said my child will be fully vaccinated, so we're going to come back into the system.
So we might have another little blip like next summer again with people not wanting to disrupt their kids' education. Yeah. Okay.
So also the issue with educational stabilization funds, is, again, it's a one-time thing, right? So we're just kicking the
Still up to- it's
can down the road.
Right.
So we still have to adjust to this new normal. So
Yeah.
I think that's pretty key.
And just a reminder for those of you who were here prior to the pandemic, we were looking at the downward trend, and Ty and I had brought to the board in our 4-year projections that we have to do now that we were chipping away at reducing our expenditures based on, we knew there was going to be reductions in our revenues based on our downward decline. It happened at a more significant rate than anticipated. So now we're going to have to make those adjustments in not such a subtle way.
I think one thing that I've been thinking about is you guys have made it clear to us that, a lot of cuts you look at, how make the cuts that least impact the kids or the students, and communicating that to our community that, the student facing programs are the last ones to, be impacted, that that priority list of how those decisions get made might put a lot of people at ease.
I mean, really, truly, the first priority is what Ty has referred to over and over again about the right sizing of schools. We are and have been for 2 years now, significantly overstaffed. And so as our enrollment has contracted, our classroom staffing has to contract in all classroom areas. So we have to be looking at those student to teacher ratios and adjusting what those are going to be. Ty has already been working with our site administrators on what their what their classroom sections are going to be come 22, 23, based on these enrollment projections. So Erin has a huge lift to do in the spring as we talk about reductions across the system.
Is there a way we're thinking about communicating this out in a website of some sort as we've done before? I think there's also been some indication from parents and or students if they participate in how programs are impacted, and the priority of impacts to programs if, if that happens? And can they give feedback around it?
Sure. I think part of it is, again, in the classroom and instruction pieces, we have to put staff where the students are. So if a program or a class section has reduced to a place where we can't be fiscally responsible in staffing it, we are going to have to say that's moving away. But it might be
Get
that,
smaller.
or get smaller, it has less staffing assigned to it because there's 60 less kids, or the previous staffing way overloaded. Doesn't mean it's going away, just means that there will be less staffing because there's less students to be served.
And I appreciate if it's very mechanical and somewhat formulaic driven, student teacher ratios, and this is what we're going to. Maybe that's what we need to communicate, that this is, these aren't debated decisions. They are spreadsheet driven decisions, and
It's
some
not
of that is.
merit-based, it's numbers-based.
I see,
Yeah.
Tam, that you have your hand up.
Thank you, Maggie Tai. While I think the reality is we have to right side our system, but I really appreciate the effort, Fred, that you're putting in, saying that we are being very proactive to outreach to our community, especially those who have left, because it is, I think all institution has to do that too for building the future trust and confidence, right? In just not the school year, but for the future. And actually, the reason why people leave our public school should be very rare and far in between. And the reality is public school should meet the majority of our needs, for the taxpayers' need. And even though we are blessed on Mercer Island to have the option to put our kids into schools, private schools, it is still a financial drain for a lot of families who made the sacrifice to go to Mercer Island for the school. And so I really also appreciate, Maggie Tai, when you say that as we're doing all this is for the future people who are looking at Mercer Island and want to move here, because that's what really is creating this community that's why I came here, because it's a choice to either put my kids in private school or go to public school and, pay a lot of money for an old home. And so, and that's how, our community continue to get better is while we deal with the reality of what we have, but all the work, like, Fred, when you say that we're doing all these community engagement and really caring and hearing about how do we continually to adapt and make our school system really supportive and reflective of people's need, that is going to build towards that long-term sustainability. So I hope that we do continue to do a parallel, deal with the reality, but also work towards building the trust and confidence in our public school system.
So moving on to section 14 now, that's going to get into our public records request there. So I'm going to turn it over to Director Battersby to take us through this particular section. And so if you want me to, wherever you want me to go, Aaron, I can.
That's attachment B. Again, we didn't put it into the report itself, but made it a separate document.
So this is presented annually, and it's relatively self-explanatory, as Superintendent Pulaski just shared. We did put it as an attachment instead of embedded because it became somewhat cumbersome to read, and we did get feedback that people found it challenging. So this just sort of goes through our records request. If you look at the summary, which does appear on the actual report, which is not up right now, you will see that there's a market increase in the costs for the request for this period as compared to past periods, both in total costs as well as outside legal costs. You'll also notice an increase in the number of records requests. And again, I reiterate, these are public records requests, which are different than FERPA requests, which we also saw an increase in those requests. And the cost and the number of those requests are not reflected, but FERPA requests are those under the Family Educational Rights Act, and those are where parents or the student themselves, if they're over age 18, request their own student records. So
It could be your regular educational records, which is your cumulative file and that type of thing, or it could be emails about student A. So they can actually take some significant time as well. But these are just the public records requests. We have had to, just given the volume and the fact that many of these requests are quite broad, and so take a lot of time, rely on outside counsel to help process those requests, which has resulted in a total cost of estimated cost of $128,751, of which $93,160 is outside legal costs. The total number of pages, you'll also see an increase that is linked to also the number of requests and just the large scope of requests, which has jumped from 26,000 pages to 95,131 pages from 2019-20 to 2020-2021. Or the table itself, if you go to the attachment B, does list out the various requests themselves. Some of them are ongoing, and so there's to be determined in terms of the request costs. And this just reflects this summary and sort of breaks it down in a little bit more detail in terms of the page number, what the nature of the requests were, etc. I will want to highlight, or do want to highlight, that some of the requests that remain outstanding that are relatively new, such as Muckrock News, if you look at from November 3rd, 2021, is a very, very broad request, so it's anticipated that it'll be quite time consuming and potentially costly.
And this is, they are an agency, and in our contacts with other districts, they have also received a similar request from this same entity. This is similar to what I believe Representative Sen was talking about when she was here, these very broad requests that come from these large entities that are usually cumbersome.
But it's also, it is not only the number of requests, but it's the breadth and sometimes lack of specificity in terms of both time and what people are looking for, which can be, you know, I'm a proponent of transparency, as I think everyone here, including the board, is. I think it can be sometimes frustrating that at the end of a request, I hear, well, actually I only wanted X, when they made this huge request that took hours and hours and hours and hours to process. When we do try to help people understand that if they can limit the scope, or we want to give you what you want. So if you could tell us what that is, and we'll do our best to help.
Is this list posted on the website? Because I know historically public records requests have, to the point of transparency, right? It allows the public and the community to see what other community members are interested in. And I know it's one of the points for discussions, maybe I'm leaping ahead, but it seems that presenting this in a more real-time basis to the community would go a long ways towards transparency, because it's one of the ways the community can see what other community members are interested in particular items.
So this request is published, but not until it's delivered to the board, and it is published annually to the website.
And that's new though, right? It used to be in a more real time, or the city does it.
Yeah,
The
the
city
city
does
does
it
that
in a different way.
in a different way.
But under the same Washington state code. I
Well,
mean,
it's
so
still
like,
a
there's
public
some,
records response, yes.
so like the way they're responding and notifying a public records request is on a real time basis, and we're not.
They don't have the same issues of confidentiality as the students.
So-
But I think the request is a public record. as long
Actually,
as it-
so I can answer this. This did come up before. So the city of Mercer Island, is my understanding, runs it in sort of real time, where they receive a request through a platform that we do not have. So ours is, we're manually doing it, or it's running through Google form, and so it automatically populates. We have a challenge in doing that, because very often people put in records requests that conflate both FERPA requests, which is student records, as well as public records. So every record has to be reviewed to ensure student privacy. So it can't be a direct post to a website. So that does take time and energy to make sure, because they very often are in fact
blended.
Understood the reason there could be a delay.
Yes, and so we have historically done them on an annual basis. I think there has not been a huge amount of interest in public records with that. I do understand that recently there has been more interest. And I think that may be why it's an item for discussion in terms of whether or not the board would like to continue on the cadence of 1 year or change it. It does take time to produce the logs in this manner and make sure like to take out any identifying information, because we also have separate ones that are running FERPA, and there's only so many staff hours and time. But at any time, someone could ask for a request, and then we do our best to comply, which we did. In fact, this year, someone asked for an updated log, and they received it in an entire log for a year in less than, I think it's about a month.
And that's actually what Muckrake News has requested, right?
No, Muckrack News
Is
has
the-
requested all of our logs, which, I mean, they are on the website, so we posted them there. Muckrack News is actually asking for something different, which includes the responses to public records, which is why it's incredibly large, because they're wanting the actual documents that were produced in response to public records. And so those documents have to be re-reviewed, because what I would share with one parent, for example, who wants all HIBs, I would not have redacted out their own students' information. So I need to make sure that they've been appropriately redacted for the requester. And so it will also involve third-party notices, et cetera. So it's quite cumbersome. Fortunately, we do follow the state retention requirements, so I think we will be in a better stead than some other districts who may not, because you have, as soon as you get the request, you have to hold all records. But because we've been relatively good about following state retention requirements, we don't have as many records to go through, but it's still going to take a great deal of time and energy. So they're asking for both the logs and the records themselves.
When we have to produce those records, can we produce them digitally, or are we going to give them printouts?
They're requesting that they be provided electronically, which is somewhat of a problem because some people have chosen to come in and view boxes and boxes of board minutes dating back to the 50s. And they were viewing them and not copying. They didn't get copies. And this particular requester is requesting not that they be produced in they're requesting digitally. So I'm going to have to give them an estimated cost for scanning boxes and boxes of board meeting minutes. When in its own right, those requests also took time because you have to sit with the requester while they do that. Does that answer your question?
It does with respect to Muckrake News. It seems the log itself is quite a lot less burdensome than the underlying records in terms of making that publicly available. Understanding there needs to be at least some delay to make sure that the request itself does not have information that needs to be withheld. But I think in terms of transparency, from my viewpoint, it doesn't seem that burdensome to produce the request for the record so that the community can see what other community members are interested in receiving from the district.
Yeah, I hear your point, but everything that has been done is in compliance with the current expectations for the board. So I think that would be a larger discussion of whether or not the
Understood.
board would like to change that.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
me
Yeah.
personally speaking, not as the board, but as a board member, I would like to see a change.
One of the things that the board has asked for in this report is the cost analysis. That is another factor that if that is always going to be part of this, takes a lot of time to calculate that all as well, because you're looking at how much time does Andrew's folks in his department have to spend, and how much time is Aaron having to spend. So the staff cost is not something that can be produced instantly.
So for me personally, I don't think the community members are as interested in the cost or the pages. I think just the record of what is being requested for transparency purposes is what's most important to other members of the community. Is what is being-
I don't understand your point, though. I mean, I'm not seeing the
So-
correlation at all.
So the correlation.
Because I don't
so-
care
so-
what other people are asking.
Well, I think a lot of people do. I think a lot of people are like, who is interested about, items X, Y, and Z? Let me look at who has requested those items from the district. Like, I don't think they care about the cost to the district, which I understand
I
can be
hope they would.
can significant, but what they care about and the reason they're making the request is they feel strongly about a particular issue and item and want more information and to understand what other individuals in the community are asking for that information is, I think, the definition of transparency.
I actually think that the cost is very relevant and the number of pages is very relevant as a indicator of how much time and effort
But
these
the-
things are taking for the district. So I actually think that's a matter of public interest on an ongoing basis, not just once a year.
I'm just saying it's like, I think it'd be less costly to produce if if the response is we can't do that because it's costly to produce a record of request. Because it's costly and time consuming to say what the cost is going to be, the estimated number of pages. But in order, I'm not saying that's insignificant, but in order to provide what I think is the most relevant information, let's do that.
So can I just want to clarify one thing, that these are the pages that were produced, not the pages that were reviewed. So I do want to clarify that very often there's double, triple, or more pages reviewed than what's actually produced. So that that doesn't really necessarily account for everything that's occurred in order to create the production. Like I can review a lot of things in all like 2,000 pages and produce 50 pages. So that can be frustrating. In terms of with respect to your point, I think it's really looking at what the interest is and what is reasonable. I think there are many districts that do it that aren't as open with blogs as this one, as our district, for the reasons of FERPA concerns. And then I think it's looking at, is it what you seem to be articulating, Director, is Glowitz, am I pronouncing it correctly?
That's correct.
Glowitz, is that there's an interest in knowing what the requests themselves are versus in a more real-time basis versus what the page numbers are, because but it will be a work in progress because it takes often many months, sometimes more than a year, to process some of these bulk requests. So that is something that we can discuss, or you can discuss as a board on what would be an appropriate cadence. I just would like to caution that no one should have an expectation that we receive something immediately goes on the website, because that is not something we can do. Just because we do have an obligation to protect the privacy of our students. And we get requests from people about other people's kids that we just deny because that's a targeted request.
I absolutely think this is a great topic for the board to discuss. I don't know when the right time is to do that. Yeah, which is fine.
We're monitoring
Next
tonight.
time, yeah,
The
okay,
next meeting, we will
Sure.
have a discussion on that.
okay. Then let's,
So the
then-
language review
Yeah.
example being what Dr. Rundle talked about with the enrollment cadence. The last
Right.
time we reviewed this, we
Yeah,
adjusted
got it,
that.
got it. Also, I just want to say as an aside, I just looked up muckrock.com and I find it very frustrating that they're running a for-profit business by basically making these massive public records requests to government. I mean, I get why you would want to have like government information available for people, but it's a little frustrating that they basically are putting this burden on us to produce this vast quantity of documents and then they're charging money for people to access it. So that's a little frustrating.
We still have 2 more items in this monitoring report. So the next is item 17.
We're gonna move on to alternative learning experiences, that's ALE. Prior to 2021, we were limited in our offerings of online. Through the state, we were really only authorized to offer high school online courses. We applied and were granted the opportunity to expand that going into the 2020-2021 school year, which is when we launched My Online. Prior to that, we called it web classes, and now we're referring to those as My Online. You can see, obviously, there was a significant increase in the number of students served, the number of courses taken, and the FTE, as well as head count that went to that, and those were obviously directly related to COVID and families wanting that option. What is not included in this would be any of the red remote classes that our elementaries were offering last year. Those were not considered ALE. Those were still considered part of basic ed within our school district because they were operating on a more traditional schedule with our teachers. And so that was a little different. So these do just take into account all of our students who would have been taking classes either through Spokane Virtual, through Apex, through Fuel, and our online partners for that. So I'm happy to take any questions.
I lived the My Online experience.
Yes.
No questions, thank you.
All right, Maggie, I do have a question. So Fred, as we have learned some of the lessons for the MI Online and, moving forward, as we're reimagining what school could be like in that, I feel like this could be an additional area of support for students, right? Giving them flexibility. So I wonder what have been some of the positive out of this that you all are talking about to maybe incorporate, or is it something that we're going to end and after a certain while and we're going to go back to our traditional model? Have there been discussion about incorporating some of this into moving forward?
We have adjusted our My Online for our youngest students. We just didn't have the enrollment. It goes back to our staffing contracts and enrollment contracts, and we just didn't have the numbers of students to be able to staff the lower grades for My Online. For our older students, it's, as Fred mentioned, it's always been an option for them to have online classes. Sometimes it's a class that we're not able to offer in the brick and mortar because there's not enough students. And so we will work with students to be able to take it through one of our online providers. We also have students who use the online for credit recovery, and that has been an ongoing piece, particularly, of course, for our high schoolers. Anything else?
The only other thing I would add to that is, we do look at the cost analysis. You get fewer dollars per student when they're enrolled in ALE, and the cost to staff that and the administrative costs have to take into consideration there, because there are break-even points, and we have a lot of programs that aren't break-even, and so I fully say that with all due respect to that we know that it's not always there, but we can't do all the programming. And so I think this will be something that our school district, like all school districts, are going to continue to have to look at and consider going forward. The districts that have launched full-scale online models, such as Spokane Public Schools, Federal Way, Tumwater, I think Tukwila, I don't know if they still have theirs going, but there are a few big ones. And they made a commitment to not just their students, they made a commitment to attracting students and bringing in students and making it truly a school within a district that attracts students from all over the state.
And they were doing that pre-pandemic. When we do talk to some of our colleagues, particularly in large districts where they did try to sustain the ALE model for families who didn't want to return to the buildings, they are struggling with that model fiscally, because again, it's at the ALE rate of revenue versus the in-person revenue. I'm thinking of Lake Washington as an example. They are very large. And so the scale for them would be a lot different than for us. But even listening, when Ty and I meet with our colleagues there, we hear them, their concern about not being able to sustain it because of the cost.
No, thank you for the big picture. I really appreciate that as we're trying to think about different options and being more flexible, understanding kind of the scaling and the limitations. And hopefully one day, you know, that we will be paid the same because post-COVID or during COVID, online therapy is always before reimbursed less as well. But then during COVID, you know, a lot has changed. So right now the reimbursement for online therapy is the same. And so hopefully one day we will get there. But thanks for the background information.
We have one more item in this report, number 17, regarding the athletic program.
Yep. So annually, we report information about our athletic program. We do it 2 times, actually. One is you get slightly different information, but some of it's the same in the Fundamental 5 report, which will be coming the April meeting this year. And so this one really is taking a look at some of our proportionality, especially around Title IX. And so you'll see, you know, last year as a reminder with COVID, and you heard Susan Empey talk about it tonight. While we were able to start pods and get things going, athletic seasons were condensed, and most of it took place during the second semester. IMS was not able to hold as many sports as they have in the past and what they're holding this year. But if we take a look, what I find incredibly impressive, and I was in the district the years when Mercer Island, like a number of school districts around the state, had Title IX findings. And I got to see firsthand all of the work that went into that with all of the athletic directors over time, the different financial teams, the Title IX teams that Aaron has headed up. And you can see that our proportionality at the high school when it comes to gender is quite impressive in terms of participation and then the percentage of students. The middle school's always been a little off there because they've offered that volleyball in the fall, and then the cross country is all genders, and volleyball is girls. So then is wrestling, but it attracts fewer students, and then they have track in the spring. So they've always been a little bit off comparatively, and we saw that again last year. But by and large, pretty impressive with what our schools are able to do. Aaron, I don't know if you want to expound on that.
No, I just want to highlight that I think it's to the credit of both the community, the staff, and the parents who pushed for that. I'm proud of what we've achieved, and I'm proud of our athletes, you know, and we saw it more, since I've been here, we've seen more sort of support from the various gender, like equivalent sports, so like boys basketball going to girls basketball, boys soccer attending girls soccer, even though in different seasons. So I think that that means a lot. So I think it's actually contributing to how our students are supporting each other. The fact that there's greater parity between men and women, or boys and girls in athletics.
I wonder why the middle school only offered volleyball for girls and not boys. Because I mean, I know WIA doesn't have for boys, but like wrestling, I know that I just happen to know someone who's got a girl who's wrestling at the middle school, and there's one, or you know, so it certainly attracts more boys, but it's still offered. And I don't know, I guess I just don't, is it only because of WIAA, or is it?
That is, I would have to ask for sure, but I think that is the driver on that, but I would have to ask.
Just because, yeah.
Yeah, one.
Even if there aren't high school opportunities for boys, there's lots of other opportunities for volleyball, especially after the Olympics.
I know that competition wise, if it was a boys only team, that would be hard. They could run it as a club for intramural type of thing. But I know they might struggle regionally to find any competition too, but maybe they could review it.
Thank you for that, and thank you for this whole extensive report to the board, including much more than just number 18. Do people have other questions or comments on the athletic report? I'm just looking at the agenda and how much we still have to get through tonight. It's quite a lot. So, do I have a motion regarding this board policy 1800 OE9 communication and support to the board?
I move we find the superintendent in compliance of OE9 communication and support to the board.
I second.
Any more discussion? Okay, all in favor of finding superintendents in compliance with 1800 OE9, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. No nays and no abstentions, so that passes by a vote of 5-0. Thank you so much for that. Next, we have a language review, post-monitoring language review, board policy 1001, governance commitment. Last monitored it last time, yeah, at our last.
So this is now your language review?
Yep. Does anyone have any language review points about this one? So you know, no, okay. About that. Next one is board policy 1005, board officer and board member duties, language review.
I can make this as a motion or just kind of bring it up. I mean, I guess to make, I don't have a specific motion. My issue is discussing changing our reorg to June. Right now in our policy, it's happens at the first regular meeting in December. I assume that was put into place because that's when we get new board directors after elections. To me, that doesn't, I think there's better reasons to do it in June. First of all, we do our superintendent evaluation, and when we have a new president, that's like the first thing that they're handed to do in January. Speaking as one who had to deal with that, it's challenging, and it starts with the one person and then kind of finishes with another. And I think that shift, it frankly just doesn't make sense. I think it's also a natural shift in terms of school year to do it from June to June, or we elect a new board director in June and that person starts in August or however it might be, obviously, because we shut down in July typically. It just seems like much more of a natural break that someone would be president for this academic year rather than for the calendar year. To be able to work on, SIPs and district improvement plans and board improvement plans. I think that, at most, a board is going to have, I mean, we might need to put an exception in here if the president is either not reelected or, is out of office. But then that's actually accounted for in the policy that you just do it like we did in June, where I step back as president, and then it says when someone does that, they could do it anytime, and then you just run a new election right away. It just feels more natural, a natural break, rather than December. I'm curious to know why it started that way, other than that's when
It's pretty much the norm.
It's traditionally how all districts.
My question
it
is.
is, but you know how I am about tradition. Like, if it doesn't make sense, I don't know, I just don't.
So, I mean, I think it does make sense. It makes sense because it's following an election. And that's the natural point where you then have assignments. I think at all levels of government, that is the typical way of doing things for good reason. Otherwise, you have a 7-month delay in reconsidering board positions following an election. And particularly, I think issues about responsiveness, transparency, democratic values. I think those are more significant than tying to an academic calendar year without dismissing like that, yes, like it does create some inconveniences as a result, but I think the political is more important than tying it to an academic calendar year.
So I have one question, which is like this year, it's actually worked out. Basically, there be anything keeping us from from having like a mandatory sort of check-in in December on board officers, but like in actual practice, doing it from like summer to summer? You know what I'm saying? Because that way, if like one or two board officers change, if one or two board members change, and there is a feeling that there's a need for, you know, a change in board officership, then you have that. That actually gives you like 2 points in the year that you can kind of check in, which is like more accountability and more responsiveness to what people want. Because I do think that the idea of continuity is important for a lot of reasons. One is that, I mean, that there's a reason why we don't vote for like all 5 board members, right? Like once every 4 years, because you want the kind of like overlap of people who've been doing it with maybe new people coming in, right? So some of the system is set up to provide continuity. So
We do everything else in either June or August, either like at the end of the year or the beginning of the year. I think that, I mean, we do all our board assignments in terms of our PACs and our other committees. I find that that's really disruptive I have found it very disruptive in my experience, because, you know, we've talked before about the vice president being responsible for the DEI committee, but we don't switch people at the same time. I think that could be, I mean, we could put something in the policy where there's a vote taken at the first meeting after an election, when there's new board members sworn in, to see if there's a majority vote to change officers at that point. But to me, that's not it's not an issue of transparency. Please stop with that word on things.
Well, it's
that aren't really-
accountability, not transparency.
Well, but I don't know. I
Use
mean,
other like.
we have a
important
weak
principles.
officer system. And I think the work that we do is so much more important than, I mean, we're an academic institution. Like we run things on the academic year. I think that there's ways that we can account for the concerns of new board directors coming in. I mean, the most we're ever going to have is 3, and that's pretty unusual. But I think that there's ways to accommodate that without losing the benefits of being able to run academic year positions.
the other thing to think about is what you're asking of the people who are serving as officers, because I would say, having now been like vice president and president, it's at least twice as much work to be the president. And so it really is. And so
We know.
yeah.
It's not.
Yeah, and so people need to be able to sort of plan their lives around it, in the sense of like I've made academic plans for this year because I'm in grad school, right? Like based on guessing I was probably going to continue being president for another 6 months. So like I dropped down a couple levels in my program, right? So that I would have enough time to focus on the school board. But also you think about like people planning childcare for their children and things like that. Like those things are all easier done in a school year, on a school year basis, rather than like, okay, from December until, you know, the end of November, like I'm going to have this commitment. It's just harder to do. So just that then becomes a little bit of a sort of equity and access thing. Like if people want to serve as board officers, are we making it easier for them, or are we making it harder for them?
I mean, to your point that in a couple of years, 3 board positions will come up for election. If there were 3 new board members, I have a hard time wrapping my head around the fact that that would be a majority vote, but yet would not be able to decide. There would be the dead hand, right, of like still the board officers, like to those that are remaining and haven't been vacated through the electoral process and the voting process are still decided. It's, yes, like we are a school board, and so the academic calendar is important, but in our roles as board members, we're an elected office, and I think being accountable to the election process, to me, again, understanding the disruption and that it can cause, but I think to me is the most important. And particularly because that's also what the president is. And I think there's good reason that that's what the majority apparently of districts do.
Yeah.
Is this election cycle.
I think there are challenges with both of them, but I can imagine when Dan, you're saying that if 3 people get not reelected, so we have 3 brand new one, but they were like the board president or the president, and if we didn't do election, then we wouldn't have anybody. So I think it's just for me, from a logical sense, that we have to do election after. Because every single new election cycle is new board members, and so it doesn't make sense for me, even though I totally understand the challenges. It doesn't make sense for me to wait for the next school year, because what if the board president get voted out, right? And then what do we do in absence of leadership?
Happy. But David, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I was actually thinking about the school year was interesting and seemed relevant, but I actually do appreciate it's president and vice president is a bit of politics, as is these positions. And we need to find ways where president and vice president roles and responsibilities flow properly as new boards change. And, I appreciate the issue with there's also a superintendent review done in June. So if we change in June, we still have that problem. So I don't know. I think there's a rational reason to.
No, the president would have it complete by June. So it would be the president who was the president for the year. Yeah, we approved it by the end of June.
By the end of June.
Yeah.
So when is? that?
My suggestion is that we do it the last meeting in June, right before we head out at the end of the academic year.
So then another question is, what are we going to do this June? Because if we elect a new president and, well, I don't know about vice president, if we elect a president in June, is that person then going to serve another year? Because then we're going to stay off kilter going into the future, or is that person only going to serve for 6 months? I mean, we don't have to decide that now. I'm just saying, like.
No, it'd be by policy. That person would only do it for 6 months.
Yeah.
By policy.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's something fair that when an election occurs, that you allow all votes to vote for president and vice president again.
Yeah.
Because it's all politics at that point.
This is only on for discussion tonight, so we don't have to make any.
Any suggestions if you want to bring it back again? You can do so, but you need to have it. If you still feel like you want to discuss the change, you'd like to bring it back again.
Yeah.
For some further discussion and potential action at another.
Okay.
Depends how far we want to go with this one.
I think it would be really nice to see us being less political than we were in the last year. I think it's really disrupted our board I think it's caused huge division, and maybe that's what our community wants to see, but that's not really what I'm hearing. So I would love to see less politics. I mean, not disrespecting the political process, but I don't know. I know that I don't know, to have a board director elected and then nominated president is, I mean, and that I would think would be a political, anyways, it doesn't sound like there's a majority, which.
I think there's a lot of dysfunction. I would agree with you.
Yeah,
If that happens.
so
But then the board would suffer for it.
So I would like to do a little more research, me personally, because I went on board docs today and I tried to look up policies of other school districts, and I have a really hard time. Like, it's hard to figure out like which policy refers to which thing when you're looking at other districts. So I plan on doing a little more reading to see if there's anyone out there doing it like this, or is this just like a cockamamie idea?
I think it is the policy, and I would guess it's driven by the election cycle.
Yeah.
But right, but I don't, but is that a good enough reason?
Yeah.
when I think our work suffers, I think our productivity
Well,
suffers.
I guess the question would be for the board is, do we want to investigate this further? Because then I do think a committee of one or two could go out and do some research and
Yeah.
bring a report back to the board. We've got a lot of other work on our plate over the
Yeah.
next,
Yeah.
over the next few
This
days.
is not a priority. I
So-
agree with you.
Let's just let it go for right now, and like at some future date, I'm interested in thinking about it, and like, I'd be happy to at some future date when we're not also dealing with the superintendent situation, like I would love to have a committee of two that does not include me. Go off and do some investigating. Does that seem fair, since there's no decision point until really next June or December, so, yeah, okay, thank you. No, and nobody has anything about this policy? Correct. Okay. Yeah, next we have the consent agenda.
I move we approve the consent agenda as published.
Second.
All in favor of approving the consent agenda as published, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. No nays and no abstentions. That passes by a vote of 5-0. Superintendent's announcements.
Nothing at this time, other than wishing everyone very healthy and safe winter break that's coming next. I saw a couple signs in some schools with a countdown, but I know there's lots of exciting things going on in our schools over the next week as well. So I hope that everyone takes advantage of being able to participate in things in person. We've seen some great musical events over the last couple of weeks, so really excited to be ramping that up. So, and just a reminder to the board that our school sites and the public as well, and our administration offices are closed to the public during that 2-week break as well.
Thank you. Board announcements, inquiries, and reports. Is this, I know that you've been involved in this, Deborah. It says a legislative representative will be reporting on this, but are you actually
No.
reporting on this?
I am reporting on this.
Okay.
I mean, it was put under ledge because it's
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
legislative. So I just asked that this be put on the agenda just quickly. It's getting late. Just quickly. We've talked about it before that as we talk about a move to electric buses, that the transportation levy doesn't cover infrastructure that would be needed and probably fairly expensive in order to have an electric fleet. So I reached out to Representative Sen and told her concerns that Superintendent Kolosky had brought to me, and then also that we discussed, and she jumped on it. And this is her proposed legislation that she's going to be filing soon. So hopefully it can get on the schedule for this session. So I just wanted, since we've talked about it before, I just was hoping everyone could review it quickly and see if there's any feedback to provide her. I know Dr. Rundle responded. Do you want to share your thoughts?
I was just, my clarification was, you've had conversations with the board as a board, and Ty's been advising you along with Superintendent Kolosky that, the transportation levy obviously generally pays for buses, and that's it. And this would expand that, which is outstanding. But there are also costs related to doing a feasibility study to even see if you can do it. And so my question to her was, does she envision, as she thinks about this, that other costs necessary for station installation encompasses a feasibility study, so that doesn't have to come out of the cap levy, that can come out of this. And I think that's what the language is intending to do. So that was my inquiry related to that.
Looks great. Great,
Very
Zane.
good. Cool,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you. Any other, Tam, do you have any other ledge rep stuff as our outgoing ledge rep?
No, I don't. I just want to, thank Deborah for following up on this. And I feel like we're very blessed to have such a close relationship with Representative Sen and Senator Wellman. and also Representative Tai, in our last legislative linkage. So it's really great that we're able to work in conjunction with them and have them help elevate some of our concerns and get the infrastructure going. So it's really a blessing and privilege that I think we should recognize. But wonderful. But I don't have anything else to add, and but I know that Dan's going to do a great job moving forward. And I'll try to forward like whatever emails. So I still don't know who is the key person to kind of, because Brian forwarded me a couple of emails, but then there seemed to be a lot of restructuring as well over there. But hopefully together we'll figure out who's the person for you to connect with, Dan.
Does anyone else have a board report or announcement to make?
I will do so really quickly. At the high school parent advisory committee, we talked about AP cost preservation as well as the other ideas that people came up with, which are honors courses as well as non-AP versions of some courses so they're more accessible to students. There was a discussion on the board visit, and they are going to send questions to Principal Kelly about anything they might want to ask, and that'll be sent back to us. But we should also expect some very tough questions from the students at the school as well. They apparently they've been rehearsing, so I
Excellent.
was a little nervous about that.
Bring it on.
And they would like to have a dialogue with us. There was finally a discussion, a very lovely discussion on UDL, Universal Design for Learning, talking about how it's being used in courses. The two coaches came in and gave a presentation to the parents and understood much better, as always. With this, we are, at least I am personally slow to learn, and this has been good for me too. Yeah, and I think that's all I have for this. So it was a very good meeting. And very well attended.
Yeah, just briefly, I attended the STLA meeting, I guess it was on Monday. Tuesday. The days are getting away from me. And I think that one of the things that came out of
You want
it,
to say what the STLA is?
oh, it is the Superintendent Teaching and Learning Advisory Committee. Dr. Undle led it, Superintendent Kowalski was there. I think one of my takeaways was the sense of gratitude that certain aspects of academic life are returning to normal. The events, the sporting events, the assemblies, and that students are sort of coming out of their isolation during pandemic and starting to forge connections and learning how to re-engage socially. And like speaking personally, I attended, my daughter had a Mallets concert at West Mercer yesterday, and then my son and I quickly attended a portion of the band performance at the high school. And my son has a middle school band performance tonight. And I think these types of events are very significant for the social emotional well-being of students and just forming a durable and lasting memories and social connection. So it was heartening to hear.
Thank you. I only have one thing, which is to just encourage people to take a look at people who have children at Island Park Elementary should take a look at the questionnaire that the city government is doing, which is on letstalk.mercergov.org. It's a survey about your experiences using the stretch of Island Crestway between the school and Pioneer Park. And so it's about safety of biking to school partly and walking to school and driving and traffic obstructions and so forth. So I since the parent population there is probably one of the main users of that multiple times a day. Yeah, like anyone can take the survey. And it's also a really fantastic kind of communication and community engagement website, which I had never seen before today. So quite interesting to see.
So I attended the PTA council meeting this week. Sounds like it was a busy week for the big meetings. And their focus was more on kind of the rumor mill and how that could be kind of shut down a bit. So a little less focused than what it seems like the high school PTA talked about, or PAC, I mean. And so just talked about different ways of communicating and different ways, they struggle with the same things we do. So, the information's all out there. It's just knowing the right place to look and taking the time to look. And I don't know, my point was, if it looks like a rumor and sounds like a rumor, then it's probably a rumor. So, which, these are really involved people. So, and then the only other thing was, there was actually a really interesting discussion in terms of whether or not the council was going to support writing a letter to a teacher, to a letter of appreciation. And it's a teacher at the high school who is teaching the race literature course on
Race and identity.
Literature class. And the fact that the students are really enjoying it and taking, she really stepped out to do at a time that, is really challenging politically, to take a step out on the ledge to teach something new based on the students asking for it. Students seem to really be enjoying the class, and making sure that she hears from parent leadership that it's appreciated and noticed. There was a little concern that there would be pushback politically, and it seemed like that shouldn't when it's in line with policies, from the top down, meaning from the state on down to the individual schools, that it's something that is good to pass on that positive feedback. So it's only going to select few, but
Great.
I do have a announcement too. So I attended the Mercer Island Middle School PATH group, and we talked about the grading for equity. And I thought the principals did a really good job in addressing some of the parents' concern that came up. And so some of the misconception of the grading for equity is like how, potentially we're lowering standards, but really it is about, we're still, the school is still teaching the rigorous learning, but really talking about, are we assessing students accurately about what they're really learning, and how grades should not, if we don't assess, accurately what students are learning, and how it could potentially be more of a stressor. And so the conversation really, I really appreciate how the administrators are listening to the parents to really address their concern, so that we can really push something forward that in the end is really accurately capturing the mastery of the content in a way that is not unnecessarily stressful or unfair, but it has nothing to do with lowering standards or about not offering rigorous education. So I really appreciate that. And I thought I saw you, Dan, at the band, the wind assemble and the jazz assemble. I'm like, it was kind of dark, but I was with my sons as well. And I got the chance to sit next to Principal Kelly and Dr. Rundle. And it was amazing. And I was that parent that throughout the concert, I was turning to my son, who was a band dropout, and I go, look what you could have been. This is what you could be. And he's like, oh, Mom. But it was really inspirational. So I hope that evening really inspired them to, pick up an instrument and get back on the bandwagon. But I was super, super impressed with our students. And again, grateful to be part of the school district that could offer something like this for our students.
Great, thank you. Okay, next item is board assignments. So I don't know if you know this, Dan, but by becoming a legislative rep, you are automatically getting another board assignment, because the legislative rep is the representative to the PTA Advocacy Committee. So congratulations.
They meet on Fridays. We'll get to the schedule.
Yes, they meet on Fridays.
Not every Friday.
No, when they meet, it's on Fridays. Yes. Okay, so what that means is, I have here the master board assignment sign up grid. That means you are now served, so everyone needs to serve on at least have at least three assignments. So you now have your 3 assignments. So you are on the Superintendent Teaching and Learning Advisory, Legislative Representative, and PTA Advocacy Committee. So that's your 3 taken care of. This is leaving us though with one assignment uncovered. I originally thought I had a conflict with Northwood Pack, but I was able to change my class section, so I don't have a conflict with Northwoods. I don't need anyone to trade with me, but this leaves Lake Ridge's Pack uncovered. And that is a Monday afternoon meeting. So
Can I trade that anytime?
for.
So currently I have the Island Pack, the Island Park Pack, and I haven't been able to attend in that it kind of conflicts with the Mercer Island Middle School Pack meeting, but then we also have been having our executive meetings during that day. So on Tuesdays hard, I would love it if I could switch, if I could do a Monday afternoon.
You on Monday afternoon, so you are now Lake Ridge.
I'll take Island Park.
And Deborah, if you can take Island Park, that's great. But then West Mercer is Deborah. But
Yes.
Deborah, you actually have too many then. You already.
Well,
have
I wouldn't
four
count
slots.
the East Side directors. That's not a.
That's not a
board thing.
Should we take it
That's-
off the list?
I would
That's not
take it
really-
off the
okay,
list.
fine, we'll take it off. Okay, then you're still gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, because you have inclusive practices and PTA council and West Mercer. And,
That's only 3.
and then Island Park will be 4, so
That's
you'll be 4.
Are there any Maggie Ty on Monday or Fridays?
Are there any on Fridays? Well,
No, just
the No.
on Monday.
yeah,
Yeah, my teaching next year is gonna, next semester is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and they're gonna be till 4.
these are all Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, except for the, which is the Monday afternoon, which you've got already.
I mean, if you want to give it to someone else, that's fine. I think everyone has 3, but
So right now,
I
I
have
have
2.
4. David has 3. Tam, you only have 2.
2.
You have Lake Ridge and you have IMS. Who's the IMS?
Oh, because PTA.
Oh, Tuesdays.
I see.
Oh, wait, yeah, I see. Okay, I see.
Because IMS and Lake Ridge and Island Park, they kind of dovetail each other. They have conflicting schedules for me.
So, now I'm, I don't know what we're trying to reassign. Island Park is now Deborah.
Yes.
Lake Ridge is now you, Tam.
Yes.
It is still me.
Correct.
West Mercer is Deborah. IMS is you, Tam, right?
Yes.
IMS is David. Board president, board vice president. I know those are not board assignments. I'm counting them just in terms of time commitment. PTA council, PTA DEI committee is me. Superintendent Equity Advisory Council is me. Superintendent Community Advisory is David. David, do you want to maybe pass that off to Tam? Superintendent Community Advisory, or no?
When is that? That's on Friday?
That's on,
It's on Thursdays.
it's on Thursdays. I'm
Oh,
just
sorry,
thinking
no, I said that wrong. It is on Wednesday.
Wednesdays 9:30 to 10:30. I'm just thinking if you're going to be working on,
No, I'm happy to pass it on.
Yeah,
If Tam
said she
Tam
can't
is-
do
oh, she can't do
No,
Wednesday.
I teach. Yeah.
Yeah,
You're just gonna have to.
we'll just leave it how it is. I think we're just gonna have to leave it how it is. Okay,
Okay.
yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now it's time for another meeting. So we are going to recess to executive session pursuant to RCW 42.30.110(1)G to discuss performance of a public employee. We need to set a time within which we will be coming back. Can I say 30 minutes, you guys? This is just the first meeting on this topic. So Tam, yes, I'm gonna say 30 minutes. So it's 9:49 right now. Should we say 25 minutes? 25 minutes?
10:15?
10:15. We will reconvene at 10:15 in this public meeting. Thank you.
No action.
No action will be taken. Yes.
Computer. I've got to do mute this.
Andrew, is there a link, or we're gonna stay in here? David? Is there an executive session, special link? Or are we gonna stay in here?
No, there's gonna be another link. I'm just trying to figure out where the slide deck is. So give me a second.
Can you resend to me for the link? I don't have the executive session link.
Yeah, we'll work on that.
Thank you.
I'm leaving.
Bye.
Can I leave or do you?
You can take off too.
Okay, that was it.
Thank you. Nope, we're totally good as long as.
So we're ready.
Okay, I'm gonna unmute myself.
See you tomorrow.
Okay, we are returning from executive session. Just in order to no action was taken, and we basically are just here to adjourn our executive session. David, do you care to make a motion about adjournment?
I move we adjourn this meeting.
I second it. All in favor, say
Say
aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say nay. That is a vote of 2-0. We are adjourned. It is 10.
17.
10:17.
Thank you.
Okay.